Good morning, everyone. We're seeing 4,100 today. I don't know, maybe. That'd be cool. Walmart earnings were pretty good. Cisco earnings kind of look like shit. Employment data today wasn't good. Fed test. One of the Fed speakers said, "What was it? No reason not to raise rates at the next meeting." Something like that. Very controversial. Ding ding. No pause on the table, maybe. Yeah, basically. Don't say that. I work in an adjacent sector to Cisco. I mean, their earnings weren't that hot. They had let's see, net income of 3.2 billion, 78 cents a share on a revenue of 14.57. It's up from a year ago, but their sales are falling. And they didn't project any like revenue growth for the year. Sorry, one sec. Okay. Where were we? Sorry. What's going on with Upstart? That's at 22.55. Still looking decent for June OPEX for GMA. May OPEX? May OPEX looks decent. June OPEX doesn't look very... I don't know how they'd get it that far without covering some liquidity. Hmm. Well, still more chop here at open. Up squat. I mean, at least wait for fucking 15 minutes after market open before you try to determine the squartiness of meme stocks, all right? Upstart T plus 2. Yeah. I just got assigned on BTU CSPs. Is that a good thing? Is that something that you wanted? Because If it is, awesome. Okay, cool. All right, Gorkle. Hope you had a good night. What are we doing today? Uppies, downies, righties? Give it a minute. I think we're going to start to break down from, I mean, we've already started to break down from yesterday's highs. I haven't looked at the 0 DTE data for like 20 minutes, so give me a second. For some reason, an obscene amount of puts at 41.45 and 41.40. No, we don't know if they're sold or not yet. Probably not. Yeah, I don't think those are sold. Okay, so yeah, a breakdown below 41.50 on the 0 DTE side puts us into negative territory pretty fast. 41.20 strike has fallen off a bunch since yesterday, but it's not gone completely. GME failing at, is that Gamma Max for today? Or under? 2367? So just still under Gamma Max. Upstart. $23.56. Upstart's still about $1 below. I think both of these are carrying quite a bit of internalization over from yesterday. The dark pool indexes on them were both moderately high, so could be a minute while they blow off covering that, provided that the market falls. If the market pushes up again, they're still both. I mean, GMA is still pretty illiquid. VIX is creeping up. Is that 41.20 that's fallen off calls or puts? Calls. SPX chart in Discord is most of that call OI sold calls. I'm just trying to understand how a breakdown is being confirmed. A breakdown isn't being confirmed yet. We need to go below 41.40. We calculate it, Jacob? GM with 200 volume open candle and a 0 volume candle at 932. No. Jimmy with 8,000 volume at 932. Where are you getting your data from? My upstart 1750 June 16 CCs are really tender today. I hope there isn't any of those odd early exercising. 30 days. I mean, you're almost 30 days out. I doubt it. I think the market's going to retest pre-market high. It already filled the gap on that news, and it didn't even drop that much. It's possible. Let me see. Yeah, there's still some out of the money call interest. Although some of it is selling off. Let me take a look at ES. Hold on. Yeah, ES probably retesting 41.75 here. More upside, 41.60. All right, let me get a look at this morning's economic data. So jobless claims down. The Fed manufacturing index still negative, but improving over the prior month. Jobless claims 4-week average is down. Continuing jobless claims are down. Philly Fed business conditions are way down over the prior month, but not as far down as analyst estimates. CapEx index is up. Employment is down. New orders are down. Prices are up. And then Barr is speaking right now. And we have Logan speaking at 10, followed by existing home sales month over month and existing home sales for, is this year over year? Year over year? And those are at 10 a.m. Gamma neutral has fallen. So that's not correct on 41.56 now. Hold on. $41.56.23. Where the fuck did it go? Okay. Yeah, Greg, when Nvidia earnings? Next week. Netflix, Jesus Christ. Holy shit. What was their news? Ad tier users? $5 million monthly users. This was yesterday, though. I don't know. It's just the mega cap that's getting pumped today. I think more than anything, the fucking news is from yesterday. Do you think Palantir can hit $20? I mean, that'd be fucking awesome. But probably not. Not anytime soon. Their growth is really fucking slow. You know, that they moved like from like 4 cents EPS to 5. Like they're doing better and they're gaining traction. I did a write-up about them already, like back in fucking November. I'm not gonna go into the whole thing. Any chance we could just get squeezed to 40-20 and gap fill SPY? I don't know. Doesn't look very likely. Futures got rejected off that test pretty hard. It's a thing. It's all over Bloomberg this morning. Okay. QQQ just broke August highs and got rejected. Any chance we could get squeezed to 40-20 and gap fill SPY? Yeah, I don't think so. Thoughts on Baba earnings? I don't have any. I mean, probably slightly better, but were their earnings today? Oh, they're shit. And they missed EPS by fucking 85%. What quarter are they reporting? Theirs is always like offset because they're in fucking China. They're reporting Q4 today? That makes sense. So they're still reporting earnings from like the lockdown period. Yeah, China's garbage. I wouldn't go long Chinese stocks. They have some serious economic problems right now. Also, Baba's reporting earnings from during the lockdown period. Robinhood is reporting Baba EPS a beat. This says 19 cents a share on an estimated 1.374. There's an 85% miss. I'm going to go with this being right, given that the price of the stock is down 2% right now. How's your bear call spread on Amazon? Mm, in the money. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, it's at max loss. I don't know, it doesn't expire till tomorrow. Saying a country has economic problems is not racist, Grim too. Thoughts on FXY going on Reg Show? Okay. I mean, I guess it's not that surprising. USD Japan. Yeah, I mean, the dollar's rocketing right now. It's up another 50 BPS today. So probably people over short yen. I'm pretty sure FXY has been on Reg Show before. This isn't the first time. What is Dole doing? kicking ass again. Fuckers. Yep. Thank you, P Shorts. Why is BTU down so much? It's apparently experiencing the SLD that the rest of the market doesn't want to. I mean, they're moving to like a more of a value model. They issued their dividend a couple days, like the ex-dividend date was like a couple days ago. It's been pretty much selling off ever since. It's kind of expected. I don't know how much more it's gonna sell off. If it sold back off into the like $18 range, that would obviously be awesome. But yeah, there are probably a lot of investors that bought it based on growth, and don't want to hold it through a period of share buybacks and dividends. Yep, Nvidia broke Gamma Max. Well, and then failed Gamma Max. Google's got to be getting pretty close to Gamma Max too. Oh, you bitch. There we go. Gamma Max on Google's at 128. GN's at 100. Interesting. Market chop is super annoying. Is SPX going to pick a direction? New home sale, like existing home sales, is actually a pretty important metric. So it's very possible that we're not going to see a lot of movement until that comes out in like 9 minutes. If new loans at higher rates aren't flowing into the banks, that's gonna be, yeah, I saw that commercial values dropped. If new loans aren't flowing into banks at higher rates, that's a big problem. $20 weekly CSP is too greedy if trying to get assigned. Probably not. I mean, I don't know if this. My only problem with going in so early on BTU before like this period's over is that usually the skew for puts doesn't pick up till like the very end. Yeah, put skew is still really not that favorable. Like implied volatility is picking up a bit, but that's a little better. Like the May 26 expiration's a little more even. Uh the weekly expiration's like call favored. 2050 calls are 21 cents. The $20 puts are fucking 11, 13. Yeah, I might wait and see if it drops a little bit more. I think it's insane that BTU is trading at $20, but um there's definitely like an entrenched short position there. It's not huge, but it's pretty persistent. I mean, it's coal, right? It does have a limited future. You got a PT for buying 3M sub 100 now. Yeah. I'm just gonna keep letting it drop. I know it seems like it could never ever be cheaper than this, right? It's ridiculous, but it could be. If a debt ceiling agreement was reached, what general strategy would you use? Well, I'd probably buy some out of the money calls. That would be my first step. And then see where we go from there. Obviously the initial reaction to the debt ceiling issues being solved would probably be bullish. But even in the medium term, it's pretty bearish. The Treasury would start issuing more securities, obviously, because they need to fill up the general account. And in doing so would then raise yields, which could, cause a flight to bonds. It's sort of like quantitative tightening. If a sudden debt ceiling agreement was reached, mortgage applications are dropping very fast. Yeah, those were down earlier this week, quite a lot. Yeah, I'm straddled at 41.55, so I've not really had any chances to make any money yet today. We're just trading at my straddle still. I did lose some theta overnight, which was awesome. It's insane that BTU is below 30. Yeah, I know. Let me take a look at how positioning's shaping up, if anything's changing dramatically. No, not really. 4150 calls are still the strongest call level, which is slightly below where we're trading. 4145, 4140 puts are quite high. I think the chances that we start to fall here are pretty good, but it could still be a few more minutes. There's definitely some repositioning going on. I need to take a look at VIX. Yeah. Yeah, VIX is kind of climbing. Yeah, so there's definitely some repositioning here. Jesus fucking Christ. BT really is going to go sub 20. Fuck. Peabody Energy will pay its quarterly dividend of 7 cents a share on 5/31/23. How could this affect price? Because they're issuing dividends. It means, I mean, they're issuing dividends and they're doing a share buyback of like now over a third of their market cap. Um, that money's not being put into growth, right? And that's going to cause people who bought the stock for the purposes of growth to sell. The dividend issuance is new. They were not issuing a dividend prior to this. Well, not for quite a long time. Can you make the advanced chop stop, please? I wish, man. Driving today, any narration as we cross levels or change direction is much appreciated. No problem, man. Cheers to 4075. I doubt we'll see it today, but it's fun to think about. That'd be pretty fucking cool. BT does not seem like the best candidate for CSPs. IV too low for it. I mean, generally speaking, it's pretty stable. Like its price, it's been trading in roughly the same range for what since like March of last year. It's been trading between like $20 and $30. So Generally speaking, for income purposes, it's really good because the IV is decent. Usually, like on weeklies or next weeklies, IV is usually somewhere between like 50 and 45, and it's generally not a super reactive stock. Like it'll have some big moves once in a while, but once those calm down, it's usually pretty stable. They're just like a big cash flow. It's a big cash cow. I mean, that's what they are. They just make tons of cash. But they have enough volatility that there's some profit there. So it's kind of like a nice balance between like selling CSPs on like a blue chip or, you know, something a little more memey. Like a mid or micro or mid or small cap. All the value stocks are getting beat up. Dow's down today pretty hard, probably because of Cisco. Is Carl on Reg T? Yeah. He's got 35 days to get more T. Big miss on existing home sales? Like how big? Ooh. Fuck. Well, yeah, it's still pretty bad. Hmm. That'll be interesting. Bigness equal ouchie down downs? We'll see. Also, is that adjusted for seasonality? You know what? I actually don't know on that data point. I don't think it is, but I'd have to double check. I think it's just a flat figure. I think sale prices reflect seasonality. Yeah, I don't think it is. What do Nvidia options look like going into earnings next Wednesday? Still massively oversold. There's tons of sold calls. Thirty 20, 30 15, 30 12 50, 30 10, 305, or 310, 305, 300. 310 is the highest level. But yeah, it still just looks like a lot of call selling. Most of it for this Friday, though. A little lighter going into the June 16th expiration on the sold call side, but still a decent number of them out at like 30.30 or 3.30. Sorry, I spent too much time looking at SPX. Still a lot of sold at 3.30 for June 16th. But under 3.30 for June 16th, not as much sold interest. Banks, haha, I'm in danger. SPX doesn't care. Chop until Monday. Whatever. Is Upstart done mooning? I don't know. I'm not watching it right now. Yeah, it's not looking as hot. You still want to see it break down below 2150 before it really tumbles. There's still a lot of bot calls around here that are hanging on. Roll out now. I'll wait another day. VIX. Where the fuck did VIX go? There it is. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that's interesting. Retesting 41.75 on futures. There it is. We have one other thing going on right now also. Who's speaking? Logan. Logan's speaking. Have we ever had a drop in SLD this late into SLD? Yeah. It's a 4-day period. How much theta are you going to get for your Nvidia hedge? I don't know. Probably June 16 calls. I imagine anything shorter, the IV will be ridiculous. It's in the Discord. Banton. It's in the Discord. So you said they bought back their sold calls and recalled their shares to sell them in the pump? A lot of the sold calls, like the short dated sold calls, were pulled back yesterday. Probably a good idea to remind people that hard drops in this current market can bounce back quickly, and they should consider taking money off the table if that happens. I think they know that. No, after a year. Ivy turned on September bank puts. Okay. We are 24 hours into SLD. Haha, subway cap. I mean, Jimmy's pretty sideways. Is your low target for Google this year still down in the $70 to $80 range? Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to buy more of it unless it hits that price. It's actually 85 to 83, but BTU found some support at 20. Now there's probably a better chance of assignment curve, bro. But if you want to buy at 20, you might want to wait till it slips under. You'll get a slightly better price if you sell it in the money. Banks are fine. They don't need loans or deposits. Right here. And buy one more. Let's see if the put interest is changing. No, put interest still there. 4160 is pretty light on calls. Well, pretty even on calls and puts. These are probably sold. 4150, 55. God damn it. Looks good. That doesn't look so hot. I don't know. Maybe ES retest 4080 here. SPX is already testing its upper range from yesterday. Internalizing the market upticks on Upstart? Possibly. Looks like they've used up a lot of the free liquidity already here. Yeah, I mean they've got plenty of liquidity right now. So if they want to internalize or short it, they can. Or the move up in the market simply didn't have very much volume, which I suspect is the case. ES is still like struggling with the 1.25 standard deviation. It cleared it, but it doesn't appear to be holding very well. Rejected off that 41.78 level, which was resistance yesterday too. I don't know if there's a gap up here. There might be. No, no upside gap. So we don't have to, at least we don't have to worry about that. 15-minute looks kind of bullish. Oh, there's still that other gap on SPX, right? Where the fuck was that? VIX popping a bit on these downticks. Any advice on rolling a call credit spread when both legs go in the money? Cough, Nvidia. Roll it out of the money and further dated. Or you can buy a call. You can buy an in the money call. Under the strike of your sold call. How are GME and Upstart looking? I mean GME's still very illiquid. Upstart's got plenty of liquidity, but it still has positive beta. It's still only got 60 million shares. GME kind of doesn't look all that hot. We're testing the one standard deviation level from earnings right now. I think arbitrage is mostly resolved. There's a little bit of liquidity to short with here, but not a lot of time if it's going to run on OPEX. Why is the market going up? We're still up from fucking yesterday. Oh dang, just joined and for a moment thought that was Fubo above $2. Where oh no. That's not Fubo. Mm-hmm. 41, 65, 55, 50, call interest falling off a little. But 75, 70 picking up. Bar still testifying. I don't think there's any other big data today. We have auctions at 11:30, the 8 and 4 week, and the 10-year tips at 1. I'm gathering that today's part of the stocks only go up portion of the week. I don't know, there's quite a lot of put interest at like 41.40, so it could still break down, but there's calls. And we're gamma positive right now. So we'll see. Futures is very close to retesting the pre-market high here. What's more likely in your opinion? Fubo to $1.50 or $2.50? And it's probably gonna fall back to $1.50. It's failed to break $2 for like over a week now, right? I feel like I should be getting more upside protection for a senseless pump to 4,200, but then it feels so unlikely. I'll reiterate, overnight straddle's actually the fucking best. Are you at all surprised by these market moves? Not even a little bit. Or just that the market's gonna market. The market's gonna market. Remember the dream of entering Dole cheap? Well, I lived that dream once. But just once. Yeah, I know, it's fucking sucks. GME major inverse head and shoulders. Sure. We have broken out of your green box. We have. The next resistance on the upside is 41.90. Sorry if it's a dumb question, but how do you buy calls when the price increases? I have trouble buying calls unless the price is low and looking like it's going to bounce. I have trouble chasing. Why? I mean, you're not necessarily chasing. You're just buying into a confirmed trend, right? Chasing's like something's up 30% and you're buying out of the money calls on it. Dole is still cheap. Why is Dole ripping? I love this stock. They had good earnings today. Why does SPX never do this in a downwards direction? It does. $41.90 now only brings us to 4,100 on a 2% drop. Yes. 41.90 is the next like long-term upside resistance. It doesn't mean we're gonna hit that. Just that we could. And that's where the JPM like collar is for the end of this month. You got stops on your call side? Yeah. I almost sold them at market open too. I'm really glad I didn't. Does Upstart go back down after this? Probably, yeah. Hmm. 4170 sold calls. Pulling back. Well, this Friday's expiration still has a shitload. 41, 65, 70, 75, 80. 6, 616, 41, 85, 90, 95, and 4200 are sold. But yeah, we're definitely pressuring the sold calls right now. How fucked are my 4150 bear spreads for tomorrow? I'm considering rolling them up and out a week. I mean, you don't have to worry about it because it's SPX and there's no early assignment. So you can just roll them out at the last minute. I'm sorry, JPA. I promise I'll be a good bull. Just make it stop. Are they thinking they can push past 4,200 by making the sold calls capitulate? I don't think so. I mean, they're not buying a lot of out of the money calls in that. Like we're not seeing like a ton of like 4080s and 85s flood the market, right? Or 4190s. So I think they're pressuring like the upside of the weekly sold calls, like shit that was open like Monday for this Friday. But they already, pretty much caused the capitulation of those yesterday. Like we saw those get like the 4150s, 40s, 55s, 60s. Those all got pulled back yesterday. So all that's really there now are those like more entrenched like 616 sold calls and 530 sold calls. FYI, McCarthy says he sees a debt ceiling deal on the House floor next week. Okay. Didn't the Republicans already push one through? Or is he saying that they've come to an agreement? What's the outlook for today? I mean, we're kind of in the upper range of the calls right now. So we'll see where repositioning moves. Uh, there's a little bit of out of the money call buying going on at like 85. Some 4190s sold off. 4145 puts are picking up. Futures already pushed higher than this morning's pre-market high. What's the 1.5 standard deviations at 4216? On ES. And then our long-term trend test. Hold on. We got to the hour. I think we're very close to that. That's 4196.50. Although second shoulder. I guess we could move anywhere between here and here for that. So that's like, yeah, 41.87, 41.99, and then a break above 42.06 on ES would be just bullish, because that'll cause longer term capitulation. BTU getting close to good. CSPs into long call positions for June 16th. And I wouldn't play BTU on such a short time frame. My power went out for an hour. What did I miss? More pumpies? Yeah, I broke up. At what price point would you look at averaging down BTU? I mean, my initial buy-in was at like 18. So around there would be awesome. Like 1860 or just below 1860. My guy says once the selling starts, it won't stop for a bit. Who's your guy? So if it goes to 4206, you think it would just keep going up? I mean, if ES goes to 4206, it's gonna start to like seriously fucking pressure well, all of the sold calls. Well, not all of them, most of them. It's gonna start to pressure the collar though. Well, I can explain that very easily, Smooth Ape. Yesterday, uh, $6 billion in zero DTE calls were purchased. And then, another like 50 billion in futures flow, 67 billion in futures flow in the middle of the day. I understand the importance of hedging, and I've admittedly done a terrible job doing so, but general sentiment was overwhelmingly bearish. I have to stop following sentiment. Probably a good idea. So is Dixie or SPX bluffing? We'll find out soon. Dixie up 52 basis points today. Moving back to like pretty close to 104. Remember the last time the upside of the collar was tested and we dumped? Yeah, the last time was on May 1st. They seem like very deliberate pumps to keep the market up, right? Well, they're not built on the back of like long dated call positioning. So, yeah. I mean, they are just pumps because the calls are all mostly zero DTE. We just gonna have a bull run through SLD? Man, it's an hour into the fucking day. Logan, inflation is far too high to consider a rate pause in June. Market 321, we have liftoff. $41.90 gonna hit. Maybe on ES. 41.90 is our like October resistance, which we've rejected off of a few times since we fell below it. I don't know what would be the advantage here. 4,200 would make more sense, because there's probably positioning that's trapped there. But 41.90 makes a little less sense. Very, very low volume. What's SPY volume today? 18 million? It's like the only people left in the market, or like a few bulls. Is the market just looking for the highest clip to jump off of? We'll find out. Let's confirm downside first. 7 small cap companies filed for bankruptcy within 24 hours of each other yesterday. Bullish? No. 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 Big sign of a credit crunch coming. Why is VIX stationary? It's probably a good sign, right? If VIX was like dropping to 15 right now, you'd be worried. Less noisy time frames, 15, 30 minutes. I mean, I don't think it matters if you look at the 15 or the 30. They're both breaking up. I mean, this kind of looks just like a retest of our high from May 1st. Which puts us about even with the like left side shoulder. You waiting to average down June puts? Depends on the put. I bought more 4100s yesterday. I haven't bought 4150s yet, but I think if I do, I'm not buying them for June. How much is SQQQ or SQQQ at? That's pretty fucking cheap. Hmm. Maybe? $26. That's a pretty attractive level. Still 85 and 95 calls are spiking. 4165, 4150, 4170 selling off. Hmm. So a lot of the in the money calls are selling off pretty early today. Yesterday they didn't sell off the in the money shit until the end of the day. Let's say theoretically I have SQQQ CSPs that are negative 300%. That doesn't sound theoretical. That sounds really, really specific. What's strike? So you see the V-shaped recovery a few times. Now let's see the A-shaped dump. Yeah, we'll see. I'd still be focused on gamma neutral here for any kind of like significant move down. And we're, what the fuck? What is this chart? Is this supposed to be something else? Oh, little rejection on ES here. Almost at the trend. About $5 shy of 4,200. Interesting. Out of the money call capitulation there, but some in the money call buying, which makes me think it's going to stabilize a little bit. 41.45 puts coming in. VIX moving up a little bit. You know, for such a big pump, VIX really didn't move down very much. And what, not even a dollar from that 17 level? VIX one day just pitching a tent. This is pricing in of the debt ceiling raise. There's nothing to price in there, right? It's not a there is no price. Yeah, there is no pricing in of the debt ceiling. It's not like a market factor. There's pricing in risk of a default, but like the debt ceiling passing. I mean, like sure, so you'd have the risk of default um lowered, right? And which would, you know, that can affect market pricing. But like the actual debt ceiling itself is not either priced in or not priced in. So like raising the debt ceiling just removes the risk of a failure, but it doesn't affect the price of like equities. Unless we were doing like quantitative easing with the money, which we're not. But we're not doing quantitative easing, right? The treasury's broke. So raising the debt ceiling means that the treasury is going to issue more securities, which lowers liquidity. Do you have a BTU price target for 2 to 3 years? 35. That could be a lot higher if the commodities markets heat up. But right now, yeah, like 35. Yeah, I stopped out of my calls too. Which means we're definitely going higher. The pricing end of the theoretical pump that would occur like a front run. This is what I was thinking. Uh, maybe but like what instrument, right? Like the only thing that would happen with like a solution to the like the debt ceiling or well a solution being passed for the debt ceiling. Remember, it's got a lot of steps. But you know, like CDS risk would fall. But I don't think a lot of CDS risk is priced in right now. I don't think nearly as much CDS risk as should be priced in is priced in. This is 2367 gamma max. Yeah, 2367. $31.85. 89.75. Okay, so bouncing, retesting 41.90 on futures. Retesting 41.90 now. My buy signals when Gert gets stopped out of his calls. I mean, they're a straddle, right? There's no reason for me to like chase the moon with them or anything. $30 in the money is more than enough. What's Upstart GM? It's in the daily. Confirmation bias, or does this look weaker? I mean, it depends on if this gets rejected here or not, right? I know it's a black swan event and all, but could this be the last pump before Denny downs? I mean, we'll know by Monday if this is like a risk off for a giant sell off, right? Probably by Friday. But it's still too early to tell. I mean, you know, as far as trading hours are concerned, we've got 6 trading hours in this pump. It's not very much, right? When do you close the losing side of your straddle? I have till May 26th to close the 41.55 puts. Play the bear song. No. JPOC gonna lay down the hammer on this market tomorrow. What doing Bortcoin? MSTR puts? Hmm. Oh yeah, that doesn't look good. Yeah, I'd probably want to confirm because you don't want to probably buy short dated MSTR puts. I guess you could. But maybe confirm like the 26,750 level. At least confirm a breakdown of 2,700. Oh, god damn it. Palantir ballooning? Dude, you don't need to tell me. I have like fucking 15,000 shares of Palantir. I'm well aware of what it's doing. Sorry, if you answer this, I've been working with big ups. Do you have a higher low target now on SPX? A higher low? I mean, yeah, it's 200 basis points, 2 to 300 basis points from the peak. Hey Greg, SPX is at 41.76. I know. I'm also here. What's up, Boof? Banks down. Big banks down while regionals are relatively steady. Will there be any bullish momentum left if they do raise the debt ceiling? I'm sure they can dig some up. Gert gets grumpy when you point out his Palantir position is up. It's because I hate it. I hate owning it with every fiber of my being. What's up, dude? Markets, am I right? Profound. Gert, can 0DT SPX straddles be effective if I can't afford overnight straddles? Only if there's big moves the following day. You can get burned on them really bad. Why not sell it? Because it'll be worth more in 5 years. I tried to sell it in like November of 21, and then I tried to sell it in March of 22. I sold pretty deep in the money, put like calls both times, and I never got assigned. Ooh, upstart squirting, more squirting. Interesting. Hmm. Is upstart at Gamma Max? If this breaks up, I'm gonna sell the fuck out of covered calls. Hold on. 23.56. So still just short. Hold on. Let me mark this so I remember it. Can't stop, won't stop. Up squart. Jesus fucking Christ, I love this stock. Is okay. Is it too early to say that Upstart might just be better than GME? No? Okay. I didn't want to say anything too controversial. Are you just saying that to sell cover calls? Oh, I'm gonna sell cover calls. But not yet. I'll buy some fucking weeklies. Or buy someone else's cover calls first. Then later on I'll sell covered calls. Yes. About to retest? Okay, there you go. Nope. About to retest 41.95. Did it actually test it before? It didn't. Volume's declining. I think ES is gonna fucking break up again. Yep. Fuck, there's so little room. SLD began yesterday. It's far from over. November, I've doubled my initial 4G investment selling CCs and CSVs on Upstart and then selling my 300 shares on Tuesday. I feel mad leaving income on the table, but thankful I took profits. Nice, man. Isn't buying Upstart calls now a bit chasey? Maybe. But if the market maker repositions here, it can go up like 15%, right? May 1st high was 41.8692. We're so close. Yeah, we're pretty close. It's very interesting that VIX is just chilling. I mean, it's not chilling, right? It means that there's like put buying going on. Otherwise, it would be going down more. But I mean, it is down, right? It's down 2% today. It's just not down equivalent to our move up. SPY is higher today than on May 1st. All right. What happens if it breaks 4,200? Well, there's a collar at 41.90. So let's figure out what happens there first. The last time we got even close to it, we dropped like 200 BPS. That was back on May 1st. The collar's weaker now though because delta decay. But there's a lot of sold calls around the collar too. So that still looks kind of bullish. Let me see how call buying looks. Yeah, 41.90, 41.85, still pretty stacked. The lower in the money calls are selling off though. Like 41.50 through 60 sold off pretty hard. 65 and 70 also sold off pretty hard. So there's not a lot of downside support on this. Imagine opening a straddle again at close. Imagine how that's doing on the call side. I really don't want to open a straddle at close if we're trading at like 41.80. Reminds me of 2006 era layered polo shirts with the popped collars. How many minutes long was that 200 BPS drop? In May? It started on Tuesday. Like, well, we got rejected on Monday, but then on Tuesday it was like 4 hours. Not even 3 hours. We have not yet tested the same high. Stop at 58. Oh. 50. Okay. I'm at yesterday's close. I did open a straddle at close yesterday. I opened it at 41.55, but I closed it the long side already. I closed it like back here. I can tell you the short side doesn't look fucking pretty. Is my Nvidia going to 0? That's no. Puts that expire for tomorrow for Tesla after one from 167 to 174 yesterday. Hoping to pull back a little before going past 175. I should have sold at 172.50 an hour ago. What should I do now? Am I screwed, or will it pull back today to around 171? Tesla's right at resistance. It's like right at upside resistance. I mean, if it gets rejected, sure. But that probably also means like NQ getting rejected. Nah, it's really right at fucking resistance. It got rejected this morning. The fact that it's retesting is probably not a great sign. Might hit 177
like 177.50 here. What's your usual stop loss percent on calls? Uh, depends. I mean, theta and moneyness factor into that a lot. Poor man's CCs on Upstart. How deep in the money are your calls? If you have like 15s or something, you could. Although I'd probably just sell. I mean, do you have leaps? So like your like synthetic longs, crypto. Interesting. Yeah, I still don't think this is done pumping. Getting close. 4180. So futures got rejected. Okay, futures got rejected at resistance. So we this is the October trend. I do want to stop on that. 282. 280. 260. Alright. Time to buy calls on SQQQ. I picked some up earlier. Hmm. All right, so the rejection here is still futures driven. SPX call interest has not fallen off though. So there's like some chance this still bounces. VIX is going up though, which is nice. Would it be crazy ending the day at 4,100? No, I mean an $80 move's not out of the question. It would require quite a shift in the zero DTE positioning though. It would require the calls capitulate. I don't feel like they're quite ready to yet. But if more future sellers start to come in, then that's kind of bad for them. So we found sellers at 40.93, 41.97. There's still plenty of calls open at 41.85 and 41.90. Wouldn't sold puts want to close here? I mean, I don't think they ever want to close. Is Upstart gonna MOASS? If the market maker shifts their hedge, it could run. So, sold calls at 24 or 25 capitulating, Superman? Or Super Bullman? Can't JPM hedge the upside of the color by buying futes, having this go higher? If it moves above the collar, yeah. It's still below it. Well, that's what I'm thinking. They sold the support calls in the 41.50, 60 range, and futes are turning. Maybe they'll dump the upper ones soon. I think if they get them in the money, they will. Which probably still means a test of like 41.90 before we see any like more widespread capitulation, like 41.90 to 93, right? JPM can't hedge the upside of the color by buying futes. Okay, answer that. Apple red candles, Nvidia none. Is AI a green colored artificial type intelligence? The speculation on Nvidia is still ridiculous. But a lot of it's not like buying, right? I mean, everyone's just selling calls on it, so a lot of it's just driven by like ETFs and Nasdaq pumping, right? It's fucking weighting in ETFs has increased so much over the last 2 months. It's ridiculous. It's now a $750 billion company trading at a PE of 167. Unless futures sell off before they get in the money. Yeah, I mean, that's why I have a stop. That'd be a lot of money burned. They're still buying those calls, and they're like the 4180s are at the money right now. They're not cheap. I'll get my stop a little closer, but hello, Upstart. You're talking 15% from the current price? 10 to 15%, yeah. Which would be like a test of like 26-ish. January's high. Cause like what'll happen here is like short vol will, if short vol's pressured enough, they'll close their sold calls, right? The market maker will deleverage, and then they'll sell them again when IV spikes. I did not have 26 for Upstart on my bingo card for May. Upstart's been fucking amazing this month. It's had a 60% and now what, 40% run. $50, 65 and 50. Jesus. Oh, fuck, that got close. Yep. Yep. ES rejected again. Is that like really bearish? VIX moving up. God damn it. All right. No, not bearish enough yet. 4175 calls coming in here. They're still like defending the upside positioning. So they're buying like they just like buy a bunch of in the money calls, right? To stop the price from falling. Upstart's had similar moves in the beginning of COVID. This isn't retail buying it. I know. Retail doesn't care about Upstart. I just have some weeklies out on it. Can we get a bull sign for our boy Upstart? If it breaks 25, sure. Are you still holding Upstart Gen 100s? No. I don't have anything that far out of the money. I have shares, and right now I have shares and 15 weeklies. I closed all my like synthetic long positions after earnings. So futures and zero DTE calls battling it out right now. Yeah, but that's not like a that doesn't sound good for zero DTE calls. Thoughts on Google puts? I can see it going back below 120 if ES breaks down here. It's very close to Gamma Max. If you get theta on them. But it's just risky shorting tech. I mean, I'd get a lot of theta. I think he was talking to me. Yes, I have a lot of January 100s. You see this price action on Upstart or falling back down in a week or two. I mean, I think it can fall back down. I don't think it'll stabilize here. It might fall back down to like 20 though, like 20, 18 to 20. It may not. We may not see it move down to like 11 again. I'm not saying it can't, but it definitely could. But it may be a while. Maybe on another Fed hike. Gold. That is all. You were right. I told you to wait. Yeah, that's dropping. Like wait for like another liquidity risk to rear its head, right? I was looking at June or July 20p on Upstart. July doesn't seem terrible. I'm just DCing it anyway. Okay. If the liquidity risk is the debt ceiling not resolving, gold is gonna pump. Probably. One more upside breakout at 4180. Calls are getting overpriced. Calls relative to puts? Yeah. Calls are getting overpriced. Looks still flat. Express renewing its stablecoin status. GME Rev Nvidia puts have all been catastrophic. Revlon puts seem like they would have been good. Oh, it's you. Wouldn't all these calls on Upstart going in the money? Don't you have leaps? What the fuck do you care? Wouldn't you all these calls on Upstart going in the money for tomorrow equate to a spicy OPEX? No. I don't even think Upstart's gonna run for OPEX. It's already very liquid. All the like covering of like any synthetic obligations is basically done at this point. Breaking Gamma Max here gave us like a small opportunity to break like the sold calls at 25. But I mean, failing is very bad. Because it means that any sold calls that got pulled up are gonna get sold and Ivy's gonna get crushed. Fun inverse SLD. Nope, not inverse, just SLD. Nvidia price raised from 300 to 350 by Oppenheimer. Nice. Y'all ready for 4-week T-bill auction? That's at 11:30. Should have already started. 5.37 down. Is this SLD? This period of time? Yes. So it's tomorrow and Monday morning. 8-week came in up though, 5.02. Tips is at 1 o'clock. Will the puts not be nummy for SLD this time? We'll find out. Cisco back to flat. Awesome. It's surprising. Dow and Russell aren't doing that great today. Most of this is all tech driven. It's looking like it's going to break down. I think it breaks up first, but I could be wrong. Futures is tricky here. Like the call buyers are still there on SPX, but there's a lot of future sellers, especially at 4,200, which we've yet to test. VIXI's still chilling well above 103. I'm surprised the market even rose with that. Dixie being up isn't bad for everyone, right? It's not like Dixie up is inverse the market. All right, well. So I have 20, 25, 41.55s for next Friday. 41.75 puts. The move in Dole caused by the rising market moving up or something else? They had earnings today, didn't they? They had earnings today and they beat on EPS by 86%. Although revenues were down. Haha, Meta, all your friends are running and you aren't. Remember when Jim Cramer said, if you're shorting Nvidia, invite me to your funeral? That hits different now. I do. I do remember when he said, I'm still alive though. I'm still shorting Nvidia. Nvidia gonna spearhead AI revolution? I'd be surprised if they sold any more video cards. A few months ago, Dixie was pretty spot on inverse of SPY, but that has stopped recently. Correlation, not causation. There are negative effects for equities on a higher dollar, but there's also positive effects. Dole should also grow coffee. They can grow whatever the fuck they want if they keep on going up. What's the sellers of the S between 41.92, 41.90? But some bids are chasing, so they might get squeezed. Okay. What does BlackRock's AI say about the market in the coming weeks? Did you ask it when you were at the office? No, I forgot to. It's okay. Elon said he'd buy them. Nice. How much are you down on your Nvidia put side? 27%, I think. Roughly. Might be like 33 right now. 33? Is Sharp ratio something to be considered with any weight? Yeah, I mean it's pretty important. So Dole's free cash flows are positive. Ooh. Yeah, I think Dole's mostly because free cash flow is up. Free cash flow and eats EPS, but I mean the like cash flow positive is very important. You can start working down some of that debt too. Provided we just keep mooning and no SLD downside, does that imply even more ups for OPEX or something similar to last time where we dropped hard over the course of the week? I'm sick of buying bitch ass calls, man. You gotta just be patient. I mean, you gotta wait out the entire period and see how positioning falls before making any determinations. I mean, the calls are all still fucking 0 DTEs, right? It's not like they're buying like June calls or like, you know, leaps or anything. Like there's no like fucking actual bulls. It's just another fucking pump. And it's at an inopportune time, but it doesn't make it any different. Ben, thank you so much. Guys, give Ben a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon. Thanks, dude. Any chance bearish positions on Nvidia is wrong? I understand EP and stuff, but could we be underestimating future projections? Sure. I mean, of course, yeah. The future projections are not like defined in any significant way. But for Nvidia to completely remodel their business and return 8% over one quarter, very unlikely. Nvidia would have to grow like 500 times faster than it grew during like the hot crypto market in order to meet its current projections. So yeah, I mean, of course, it's possible. But it's going to be really hard for them to do that when no one's buying their fucking video cards because they make video cards, not AI. They're not a software as a services company. So it's essentially what they're trying to do is pivot their business without losing any share value, which is fucking insane. They haven't reinvented computing. They have competition. They're actually trying to pivot their business while increasing their share value. They've increased their share value 100%. You seem to be totally reasonable and right about Nvidia, and that's why the market will keep giving no fuck at all. And this thing will go to all-time highs. We'll see. Who's going to hold it once it hits all-time highs, though? Is this MOASS 2% increase for 1 year straight? What? GME? No. They'll blow off liquidity eventually. Nvidia's done groundbreaking work for AI image generation. It wouldn't be what it is now without them. That doesn't make them worth $750 billion. What are your thoughts on May OPEC's GME price action, considering we didn't really get shorted and the cost to borrow isn't particularly notable? I know we're a liquid, but outside that, meh. I mean, I'm probably gonna play it. Like I'm gonna buy calls, but I'll probably regret it. It's liquid. I mean, my biggest concern is it gets added to the Russell 2K on Friday. It's one of the reasons I'm not really playing GME right now. Aside from like out of the money covered calls. And if it pushes up through fucking Gamma Max, I'm gonna sell in the money covered calls on it. All the retirement accounts hold Nvidia now. Yeah, I know. It's dangerous. Is there a safe level to sell fucking
CCs on Dole here? I should probably wait. Trying to hold us here long enough till 0 DTs are cheap enough to push to 4,200? Maybe. Also, fuck Pyrex77 for having a name that makes tagging PyPhi take 3 seconds longer. Yeah, I mean, they very well could be. I'd be playing calls here, but like the upside seems limited, at least for now, and the calls are too fucking expensive. It starts with a bag. What? I'm calling Nvidia death right now. Market. Okay. I mean, they broke Gamma Max today. That's not usually a good sign. How in God's name do you wake up every day knowing you're so extremely good looking? Thanks. I don't think about it, I guess. Still using 1080 Ti? Everyone I know is paying rent, not buying slightly better $1,000 GPUs. Yeah, I mean, their gaming sales are way the fuck down. All their sales and revenues are way the fuck down. Are my Nvidia 30850 shorts Seifu? Oh god, I hate that term. Don't ever talk to me again. IBM rode higher longer than it should have in the 90s because it was perceived to be the tech leader it wasn't. Reality eventually caught up. The same could be said for most of the dot-com bubble. I think the biggest problem with generative AI right now is it doesn't generate profits. Not significant ones. Most shit is open source, right? So I mean, how much is Nvidia really going to make off of generative AI? And I think they've overpromised, and they've overpromised too quickly, and they are very likely to underdeliver. What happens if GME goes to Russell and yeah, ban Pyrex? What's with all the Pyrex hate? Pyrex, can you change the second letter of your name to a 1? I'm gonna step away for a little bit. My puts are hurting, but it can't get much worse. They have theta, so I'll come back later and see where I need to hedge at. See you in your close, man. Later, dude. You worried about getting assigned on Nvidia? No, not particularly. I have calls. I mean, you just buy calls ahead of your spreads. It's not that hard. I do have some unhedged spreads, but they're at like 305, 310.
Where is JFresh? I don't know. I just bought a 4090 LOL. Also, the 4090 is really high on the Steam HW surveys. Okay. It's not about profits. All Wall Street and Steve Cohen and Gates need is every kid to use Chat GPT daily, and with the daily users and TOS in which they can harvest more data from our children to sell. Or June 2nd, 4:15 on SPY, enough time to ride out the pump and realize downside. June 2nd. It's a very odd choice. Why June 2nd? I mean, it's not a lot of theta. If you're a short vol and wanted out of that trade, isn't this exactly what you would do? Yes. Nvidia above gamma max. Sell more spreads here. I'd wait. Remember, it can go like 10 to 15% above. Gamma max is 307. 10% on Nvidia is 330. Took cat 212.50C on the 210 hold this morning. Nice. The best is that Ja Morant issued an apology, which is a word for word the Chat GPT response for write an apology because I got caught again. That's actually pretty funny. Is 5% drop from here on Google too much to ask? It's a lot to ask. Short volatility. Nvidia to 330? I mean, right? Nvidia 721, 150p, or 10 cents. I'm full porting for earnings. Why do people full port shit? How deep in the money are you selling Upstart? I might probably like 20. I'm not gonna try to get greedy with it. The shares I have left have a low cost basis. I don't particularly want to lose them. If you told me a couple months ago that we'd be talking about most mega caps hitting gamma max, I'd have called you crazy. Netflix won DTEs. The fucking Netflix pump today is actually insane. Hmm. Just frightening. Looks like futures found sellers again at resistance. I pull up VEX. Oh, that's fun. $300 BPS, one candle, please. Fat futures sell off. Yeah, that was a big one. Jamie's not fucking around. Oppenheimer upgraded Nvidia to $50 price target? Wait, what? You mean 350? There you go. Yes, 2K lot blocks selling all at once. Let's see if they keep it up. The Bears have a huge advantage here. Calls are overpriced, and there's no fucking downside support. So if they come in hard, they could just fucking blow out all the long positioning. I'm trying to buy calls to hedge your put position. How do you pick one without feeling like you're chasing? I have Nvidia puts that are worthless now, but I could have bought calls this morning. You just buy a call. Buy it in the money, buy it at the same strike as your put if you want to. Right? You just buy it. That's I mean, if it fucking trades flat, you hold it. Or just sell your put, right? If you're, define your risk. If you enter a trade and you're like, my risk is 25% and it hits 25%, close it. It's not that complicated. You just can't let greed influence your decision, right? How does futures have volume, but SPX is all contracts? It's all just options contracts. And the volume's not reported by the exchange. They could theoretically report volume on SPX. They just don't. I've been selling Jimmy all week now. I have 850K of portfolio margin. Let's fucking go. Nice, dude. I need to learn how to define my risk. Yeah, you generally can't hesitate in those situations. And sometimes, yeah, you end up with a loss because you hedged. But more often than not, it protects you. Sometimes your hedge ends up being worth more than your initial position. Like I bought Nvidia calls at 295, 300, and 305. And my 295s and 300s are already worth more than the spreads I sold. Like, sure, I had a debit right against the credit on the sold position, but you know, you're protected, right? So now I have a max loss of $500 on the sold position, and I got a discounted call. Can we finally get a bear flag that actually breaks down? That'd be really cool. They're not. It doesn't look like they're buying in the money calls right now, which they did on the last drop. Upstart doing the GME was doing, up on market ups, ignoring market downs. I'd imagine Upstart is pretty heavily internalized right now. It's very close to the $25 strike where most of like the like short call interest is. But if the market downside persists, it'll sell off. I guess Netflix was today's market proper. I feel like there's got to be a strategy in just buying like one out of the money call on every mega cap every morning and seeing which one runs 10% that day. I mean, if Upstart tests 25, right, the short calls will close, the market maker will deleverage, that'll run the price up more, and then the short calls will just reopen, right? They'll reopen and sell all the IV from the spike. But it's not gonna like trigger a short squeeze if it moves above 25 and sits there. Nasdaq slammed back down to up 135 BPS. Jimmy got slammed kind of hard there on the downs. That's still staying below gamma max. 4175 futures moving down to test 4185. Still not super bearish here yet. Hmm. Out of the money calls are selling off a little bit. 75 through 95. Still a couple in the money calls coming in, but puts are coming back in at 41.45, 41.40 again. Why are the shorts targeting that level? Maybe it's just sold? I don't think so though. VIX is going up. Hmm. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Alright, ES broke down through 41.85. Someone's buying 41.50 calls. 41.65, 41.55. But out of the money calls are selling off. Looks like Dow Dope's perfectly synced. 41.45 and 41.40 puts are still coming in. Hmm. Longer dated put positioning? I need to look at what changes happened on the skew there. Yeah, less downside support here. 41.45, 41.40 are starting to skew pretty negative. 17 million gamma on the 40.40 strike. The fast gammas at 41.37.50. So it seems to be what they're targeting with that move. Quite a lot of puts coming into the downside here. They might be a little further dated. It's still a hell of a hedge to fight back against. Remember, right now the market maker's buying into falling prices. So the downside like isn't going to accelerate a lot until the price gets lower. Break off. Okay. Favorite part of swing trading is when the big red number becomes a small green number. Today will be the most epic gravestone doji candle on SPX. Can you make a school stock video for how you get your options data? Absolutely not. My favorite part of swing trading is selling off your position that's a large red number, and then your new position starts to have a red number grow huge again. Congratulations. Fed talking. No, I don't think there's anyone talking today. No, all the Fed speeches are done. We have a tips auction in 48 minutes. Ooh. Yeah, I'm just gonna be patient with this. Oh my god. I think we're starting to get a little like don't get too excited, but we're getting a little bit of a reversal in positioning here. Fed's Bullard reaffirmed his support for lifting interest rates further as an insurance policy against inflation. When the fuck was Bullard speaking? Isn't that all the voting members? So let's price in another 25% rate hike. What the fuck is wrong with this market? Inflation at 3% by September. Get the fuck out of here. I really wish I hadn't given up on my 4160s so soon in the day. They're still for sale. Don't tell me what not to do. Don't get so excited because you have a bunch of 0DT 4150s. Market coked out wanting that free bull money. Ooh. This is getting precarious. All right. Yes, testing at standard deviation here. or 1.25 standard deviation here. Right? Yeah, 1.25. Yeah, yesterday's move wasn't actually that big. I mean, even with today's, it wasn't like 2 standard deviations. It was like maybe one, like a 1 standard deviation move, which is still crazy, but well, it's not so much that positions are changing; it's just that the call side's kind of falling apart a little bit. Like the momentum shifting. It's still too early to confirm a breakdown. Can you explain what's going on with all the IV these days? I'm thinking of selling puts, but everything is just not worth it. Yeah, calls are more expensive right now. Things have been going up, especially the last like 2 days. It's a big reason why. So puts are cheap. Did Bears use a reverse Uno card? No. Yeah, Russell back to red on the day. Dow down 34 points. Like more importantly here, Nasdaq's slipping a bit. That's lost about 15 BPS now. Oil dropping. Fucking yields up across the board. Can you draw a line for us from some upside resistance somewhere? Do you have any upside target for Google in the near term? I mean, I sold June 115s on it, on my shares already. So I mean, Gamma Max is at like 122, I think. Although maybe it went up today. I looked it up earlier, I think. Hold on, let me double check it because I'm actually not sure. 128. Gamma Max is at 128. So, I mean, if the market reverses here, it's not going to hit Gamma Max. Generally speaking, mega caps don't hit Gamma Max. It's pretty rare. What do you think Upstart goes to? I'm considering puts, but maybe wait for after OPEX. Here's the deal: if the market goes down in any significant way, Upstart's price will get crushed. It's super liquid. The shorts will come flooding back in, and they'll absolutely short the fuck out of all the volatility that was created over the last couple runs. So be careful with it. But yeah, they absolutely will. It's very liquid right now, so its sensitivity to market movements, especially to the downside, is going to be quite high. What about after SLD? Could it make a push for closer to GM? I mean, GM will move by then, though. GM will drop if we have SLD. GM and everything will drop if we have like a full SLD move, because people will sell off calls, right? Isn't the market going down now? A little bit, but not confirmed at all. This is not like we've got some solid downside momentum. We're picking up some downside momentum. This is a big fucking struggle till we get back into like net negative gamma territory. The Bears really actually have to push here for us to win. Right, the Bears are going to need to push it down through like the long-term gamma neutral at a minimum, and ideally back down below 41.3750. Yeah, the fast gamma is at 41.3750, which is where all those puts are coming in. 41.40, 41.45. No problem. What are your bear song price targets for today? 41.3750. Let's see if I can diamond hand my 41.50 puts until then. You say be careful, but those same people will be upset next week if Upstart is down and blame you. I know. I don't think Upstart has anything to realize on OPEX. I think the ETF liquidity is already covered. So yeah, maybe some like market maker activity from gamma exposure, but it's probably not going to be very significant. Are you surprised at the Upstart run? No. I mean, they've had a lot of really good news, and there's a lot of shorts, so you'd think that like smaller shorts would run, right? Like anybody without the margin to sustain the position. Bigger shorts don't give a shit. They'll just keep shorting. Vol shorts will never go away until the Fed starts to lower rates. Even then, they might not go away. They're like fucking roaches. You know, you said you were going to pull the rug the other day, and the market went up like 150 BPS. Rug pullopotamus. You need to work on your rug pulling skills. Do you think they should remove the options chain on VIX? I don't think it matters that much. That's not how you short like S&P volatility anyway. You do it by selling options. Yeah, we're still trading at 41.70. Calls here? Oh, that's a good question. The out of the money calls are coming in, but that's not really going to drive a ton of price action. And here, this is kind of what I'm looking at right now. The bounce here on the like 1.25 is not successful, right? Like volume peaked on the bounce. That's not a good sign, you know, especially on the 5-minute. This isn't the VIX. This is ES. If Nvidia misses next week, it's going to be interesting. Well, I think this is, and again, with all the speculation around Nvidia, I cannot tell you how risky it is to try to play the short side of it. It's very, very, very risky, and you know, it has been a bitch to get out from underwater on it, and even harder to stay out from underwater on it, right? But um, here's where I think Nvidia fucked up. With that said, all the other tech companies waited until this quarter to raise guidance, right? They all waited till this quarter to raise guidance and started posting shelf offers, right? Nvidia posted their shelf offer and raised guidance last quarter. So they raised their guidance before any of the other big mega caps. So all the other big mega caps, you know, they have till next quarter to report and, you know, continued losses, and finalize their shelf offers. Nvidia only has till this earnings. They didn't, as far as I know, they haven't announced a completion of their shelf offer yet. No, Gurk, this is Sparta. I'll tell you why I keep shorting Nvidia. I have a big short position on it. I have, you know, Nvidia puts. I have NVDS. I haven't actually shorted the underlying yet, but if earnings is bad, I will. It's because it's so grossly overvalued on every metric that it is impossible over a period of time for the company to meet those expectations. And when things are that out of balance in the market, it's worth it. No matter how much money I lose on it, it's worth it for me to keep shorting it. So everyone who thinks I'm fucking nuts for shorting it, maybe a little. But longs keep buying my spreads and paying for my puts, so what am I supposed to do? What if it's the next Tesla, though, and just gonna stay absurd for years? I can stay short for years. I mean, I'm not kidding, I can. Also, you know, Tesla stayed absurd in a far different macroeconomic environment, right? I mean, you just described the whole market. I know. Well, the SPX is 7% Nvidia, right? Or some obscene amount. Kirk is a short king. Buy put leaps or 2025 leaps. PS, fuck the SPX, but more specifically, Pyrex 77. Also, I love you, Zom 130. You're gonna see Zom go a lot higher than 130 if we get a commodity super cycle. I mean, after Nvidia's earnings, I stopped buying anything like short dated on the put side. Um, I've been focusing on like September and leap expiries. Um, if this earnings is good, I'm gonna pick up, you know, the remainders of my June positions, roll those out probably into leaps, and then continue to add leaps. Do you think the actual big money with stakes in Nvidia are likely to ignore any negatives from earnings to continue pumping their wealth? Maybe. I mean, but who's buying it? That's the question. There's an upper limit to that. It's not like it's in like some big fucking short squeeze, right? It's just like rollover buying from ETFs that continue to pump like most of tech. And Nvidia is massively ETF exposed, right? So if it doesn't fall for 3 consecutive days, or if it rises for 3 consecutive days, then its weight goes up, right? And then all the ETFs buy in even more. And then it goes up even more, right? And then this just keeps repeating. But if it has, 3-4 days of downside, 5 days ideally, then it starts dropping weight and it reverses the other way. The same exact thing happened with Tesla. I think your Nvidia short may have been premature. I mean, they missed earnings. Technically, my Nvidia short was way the fuck up before earnings. I should have just closed it and not had a position through earnings. But I did hedge earnings. Not a lot, but a little, which helped. I'll hedge this earnings too. More. Yeah, they do, but why would they wait 3 years to sell those securities when their margins are collapsing? I basically just come here every day because under normal circumstances, I won't get involved in a conversation more often than here. Conversation more often than here. Thank you, and thank your ability to tag correctly. Well spoken, Pyrex. That's the first I hear of that 3-day ETF buying thing. Really? I mean, ETFs, like the ETF reweighting drove a lot of GME's price action back when it was in the Russell. Fuck, ETFs drove most of GME's price action ever since, well, always, right? What about when they like used, ETFs to offset Ryan Cohen's buy-in on GME? Where the fuck do you think the liquidity comes from? Good job timing out Dan Weekly's, Carl. Well done. But the 3-day up thing prompting more buying? Well, yeah, I mean, the market cap goes up, right? So then all the ETFs that are, like actively rebalanced have to go and buy more. Because they keep having to buy it to meet their NAV requirements, right? No, you just need the market cap to consistently drop for T plus 3. T plus 3, ideally T plus 5. But you need consistent downside. And if you look, we haven't had that, right? Anytime we get 2-3 days of downside movement, we immediately get another big 0 DTE pump. And what that does is it keeps the ETFs buying the underlying so the big boys can sell their shares. Right? You build in the buyer with the derivatives. So use the derivatives to drive the market up. which then starts the churn on the ETFs, right? And then there's your buyer. You don't need fucking mom and pop boomers to come in and buy your stock. You just offload all your bags onto the fucking ETFs. Stock market seemed like gigantic circle jerk between the trillionaire institutions. Yeah. Those are the real soft goods that Nvidia is getting cranked on. What are ETFs going to do with their bags when they pull the rug? I mean, that accelerates the downside, right? Look at Nvidia's rises, right? To higher market caps, and then look at its drops. Look at Tesla, same thing. So I mean, you just get the opposite effect occurring, right? You get all the ETFs running for the door to sell. And when you have companies like Nvidia that are in 200-300 ETFs, that effect is way more pronounced, right? I mean, think about it this way: after earnings, so on earnings, Nvidia pumped, what was it, 30 billion in market cap on like 2 million volume, right? In after hours, the next day when the market opens, all of those ETFs now have to rebalance at the new market cap, and that's what starts it all off. Right? So now all those ETFs need to go buy Nvidia, and they need to buy it at a premium, right? So the ETFs are now bidding up the price of the underlying stock because they need to buy more of it. And the more ETFs that are coming in to buy the stock, the more bidding up is going to occur. We all wish we knew when that was going to happen. What? Frodo, hold my baggins. To quote the Princess Bride, is this walking again? I do not think that it means what you think it means. What, bullish? You're gonna redefine. Hit me with it. What do you got? Oh, I'm so glad you're banned, and I only have to talk to you through Ko-Fi now. When market crash? Ah, market may not crash. Ivy spiked on the $100 GME leaps. So Ivy spiked on GME. I think quoting the Princess Bride because Elon did in his interview. I mean, it's walking. So what do you think? But Elon said market crash in the next 12 months. Why hasn't he sold all his Tesla then? The market must crash. My 0 DTE 3500s depend on it. Are those free? Does the market maker just give you those to hold? If Nvidia spiked to 3 trillion, let's say, the ETFs would all have to sell the underlying. Otherwise, it would represent way too much of a percent. I don't understand your logic saying they're buying more. It becomes more heavily weighted. And more ETFs buy it. And Nvidia's also been added to like 50 ETFs in the last 2 months. And that's before you even get into the mutual funds buying into it as well. They have to maintain equal weight, not equal value. I haven't read as much as I should, but how did Volmageddon impact retail's covered calls? Retirees and little guys brutally underwater for days. It was like a couple days. Well, really just one. Do you have upstart calls at the moment? No. I bought some weeklies earlier and then I sold them. I just sold a ton of upstart calls. Where are your massive sells at? I can usually spot you. Nice try. When you say the market may not crash, is that code for saying the market will crash in May? The, the tail risk is high right now. Jesus fucking Christ, again? Hmm. Hold on. Out of the money calls still selling off. 4140 puts being maybe sold here. VIX. Hold on. The fuck did I put VIX one day? Hmm. Hmm. VIX one day is climbing. There'll be longer dated puts being sold. Future's still chopping on like the 1.25 level or 41. Let's just call it 41.75. Sec. Based on the last few weeks, I'm thinking SPX bounces here to new high. It's definitely a pivotal point. What if ETFs offload some of the shares of an equity to maintain the NAV if the equity price goes up drastically? They don't necessarily offload shares of that equity, right? They maintain equal weighting to the index they track. So they'll sell other stocks, but then they could have to buy more of that one. Right. If the price surges too far ahead, then they need to add because they need to increase their holdings to maintain equal weight. So in 2021, Elon had pledged 36% of his shares at that time, 112 billion. For what? What are you on about? Why do you think the dollar going up isn't impacting SPX or QQQ's rally? I mean, the dollar going up isn't like just intrinsically bearish. Multinational companies benefit a ton from a higher dollar value. What if the treasury defaults tomorrow? That'd be dope. The euro is getting more weak than the dollar going up. Because the price of the underlying increases too fast and they have to rebalance to achieve their NAV, which means selling other stocks in the index that now have lower weight and buying more Nvidia now at a premium. Right, ETFs don't rebalance like they don't most of them don't rebalance at the end of every day. Some of them do, but very few. It's also getting added to ETFs, which is another effect, right? As the market cap has increased, it's been added to over 50 different ETFs. Or 53 it was the last time I looked. This is like a couple weeks ago, so it might be more now. I think it got added to a new ETF yesterday also. And it's the buying of more shares at a premium because of that delay in rebalancing that can drive prices higher. Elon had 3 sacks of emeralds given to him by a genie that he refers to as his shares or his precious. What's a pickle cost? $3 million? I don't know. What are you trying to sell? It might be able to get me cheaper than that. I'm still watching futures. So far, I mean, higher or lower highs, but just incrementally, right? This level's still strong. So there's a bit of a downtrend, like a descending triangle. These are like they're a continuation pattern, right? They're the inverse of a ascending triangle. So like that. Large dumps are possible over the weekend. Is Upstart done? Well, I mean the market's falling, so that hurts its potential pretty significantly. I'm guessing not 30 days out for VIX spikes. Well, they were buying longer dated puts earlier. Right now, volume's kind of low. But yeah, I mean still puts at 41, 45, 41, 40. Some 41.50 calls pulled back. I guess the interesting thing here is the 41.60 puts are increasing a little. But the call interest is staying. That's still pretty relentless. Yeah, we're far from safe. Like we're far from confirmed downside. Still. Petition to use the metric naming convention when talking about notional values. It's not $1,000. It's $1 kilodollar. Absolutely not. Maybe one day, Dork, but today's not that day. Upstart currently at a higher price than GME. Is it? Yeah. Ban. Did you reposition longer dated puts or just average down? I just averaged down. I didn't even average down that many. I averaged down like my 4100s. I bought a really stupid number of 4050s because they're super cheap. That's more of like a YOLO though. I don't really care how that turns out. I bought some more 4000s and 4080s as well. I was gonna buy more 41 like 50s, but I have 4155s from the straddle last night, and then I have 0 DTE 4150s as well, so I think I'll just stick with those. VIX is getting pretty fucking spicy today. I like these big moves up. I wish they were bigger. But I saved you one stressed syllable. All right. How much money's left in the TGA? I think it was at 97 billion from the prior day's report yesterday. I don't think we have the report for today yet. Is it possible that one spy put at the top today can save my entire port? I'm just asking for a friend. Anyhow, thanks for all the knowledge. I don't know. I guess. Did you buy one spy put at the top today? If the SPX ends the day red, or very red, sure. It comes out at 4? All right, thanks, Poopy Pants. Is this SLD? Yeah, the whole fucking period is SLD. The downside part is actually not SLD. That's just an effect of SLD. I re-strangled, and it's been a blast watching both sides bleed out. You're gonna have to wait for bigger moves to happen. What are the odds you get the SPX ending the day under 4170? We're under 4170 right now. It's looking better. We're starting to get some downside momentum. We'll see if it breaks, right? If it break down. Volume's kind of low right now. Fubo low target? I don't know. Under 150, I don't know if it'll drop below $1 again. It might. It's less likely though. And this is kind of what we're doing right now. We're doing this thing. Still. VIX 1 day is still moving up. Although that's also its natural progression, but see, this feels like a stop loss hunt. Or maybe a push to get the rest of the out of the money calls. 4169, so 75.80. Is it going to be successful? There's really no put interest to the upside though. All the put interest is still out of the money. It's problematic. I've talked to quite a few traders and financial influencers, and you know what they all have in common? None of them, I mean, none of them are ever just willing to admit when asked about SPY direction, I don't have a clue, man. None of them. What's the rest of this? It's hysterical. Okay. Cool walking. Great opinion. Have you admitted that you don't have any clue? British telecom giant BT will replace 55K employees with 40% of workforce with AI by 2030. Why won't he leave you alone? He has mental problems. Hmm. Interesting. We're getting more bearish. SPX 12,000 2027. What about it? Imagine paying someone just so you can annoy them. Yeah, I know. Watkins seemed like rich supervillain. I don't know if he's that rich. He just wants to be heard. Consolidating for 50 minutes. Come on, SPX. You got 10 more in you. This bounce is tricky. I don't like this. So this needs to drop 3. Hmm. Yeah, this is really dependent on what happens with futures here. It's looking better. Hmm. It's looking, I mean, it's starting to look better for a rejection, but it's still kind of just, I don't know, maybe just more stagnation. Getting bid up. Does today's price action adjust your target range for SLD? Yeah, 200 to 300 from the peak now. Rejection to the downside or upside? I mean, right now it's pushing up, but the candle's not closed. Volume's still low. So it may just like test 85 and then just fail again. Why did my stop get canceled? Still failed to test 85. Yeah, it was just chop. Positioning. 4140 puts selling off a little. 4190 calls coming in. Those might, maybe those are sold. That'd be a weird strike to buy here to go long. Tips out. Oh, cool. 1.395 versus 1.182. That's a pretty big move up. Hmm. So curious. Interesting that tips is going up. That was a pretty big move. Did you see that, Torque? Yeah, on tips. Almost 1-4. I mean, in better macro climate, you could argue that that's bullish, but right now that just seems like people want more money for risk on inflation. Sorry, I was jumping into a meeting right as you were talking about the Russell 2K inclusion. Can you elaborate a little bit on what will happen behind the scenes when that happens Friday? Some mutual funds that track like Russell 1000 or Russell 1000 value may sell GME. Some ETFs that aren't strictly adhered to an index could sell GME. It could create a small dump of liquidity before the actual reconstitution occurs when the index ETFs would sell GME. And then GME would be reweighted and moved to, or it'd be moved into the Russell 2000, where it carries far greater weight, and those ETFs would need to buy in. The net from that would probably be buying, but the effect on the price, and most of it will just occur in dark pools. So it's probably not going to affect the price much, like the actual reconstitution, but it can drastically affect liquidity. Nice, good job, half score. Everyone bought tips in 2021 because it made sense. They only lost money even with record rate hikes. Now is their time. Best to roll June Nvidia puts before earnings. Hmm. Where are you gonna roll them to? I mean, IV's lower now than it's gonna be then. So yeah. Can that additional liquidity be used to short? Yeah. But it also be but because of the higher weighting, there's a bright side to that, right? Because of the higher weighting, GME will have more active fund exposure, right? Which can mean more trading of the underlying, higher volume, and more obligations over a longer period of time. I mean, the reason I'm not buying calls on GME and haven't bought calls on GME is largely because of the risk of it being included in the R2K and that ruining the currently very tight liquidity. So if I get long side exposure on GME, I don't want it for very long. What's tips? Treasury, Treasury inflation protected securities. Sorry. They're a bond and they provide protection against inflation. I think their values based on CPI. Looking like up, looking like more chop. It's still just kind of choppy. But I don't think this necessarily looks like up. But there might be a little bit of up. There's definitely enough calls there. There you go. Up. I did not say 4150Ps were safe. Why would 4150Ps be safe? You said you were buying 4150Ps. I didn't say anything. So maybe bring the price down starting the OPEX period? What, on GME? I mean, it could increase liquidity. That doesn't necessarily mean the price will go down. There could still be covering even if it is added. Over time, the R2K inclusion can be bullish, but not the immediate effect. Definitely not the effect of the reconstitution. Did bulls get a little burnt this morning? A little, but not a lot. Probably 4175 at least. And call buying is going to ramp up with a bounce. So 4175, 4185. Futures. So futures break up through 4185. Retest 90. Yeah, so that's like 4175 on SPX. I think it stopped out of my fucking call. God damn it. At least it's a U and not a V. It was a U yesterday, too. I guess that was into this morning, but still. $16. Wall of 4165. Sold calls gone. Pulled back yesterday. If you not have a Palantir position, what would your buy target be? Have you reassessed based on their past earnings? I mean, maybe like 9. Palantir's got a pretty liquid float. It'll get shorted back down given the opportunity. Should I play earnings or take the gains and run? I'm already up 60%. It's up to you. There's also OPEX. I guess they got their calls. We can dump now. They didn't get all their calls. There are lots and lots of calls at 4180 and 4185. How liquid is Nvidia? Very. I have an underwater position. Nvidia, September 280p. Does the same strike and expiry make sense for an earnings call hedge? So you want to buy a 280 call? I mean, that'll work against you if the price goes down. Maybe like an equidistant call, like same delta. Thanks. I'm looking for CSP targets for income. Okay. Yeah, Palantir's not terrible. Although I'd be cautious selling CSPs into the end of this week and next week. Why could they pump to get their calls, but we never dump to get puts? What puts? The puts are all fucking out of the money. Like, pretty far. All the calls are just at the money and 0 DTE. This is not a stop loss hunt. It is a pump to get the calls. And futures broke up, right? Express MOASsing. I'm 3 cents. I'm selling $17 CSPs on GME. It's weird when you're the only volume for the day. Huh. Do you ever keep one leg of your straddle open and swing the other leg? For example, holding your calls, swinging your puts. What? I mean, I keep one leg of my straddle open frequently. Like right now, I still have my 4155s open from yesterday on the put side. So you're looking 4190 for SPX top then? I mean, it might get rejected at like 4185 again. But there's a lot of calls. Where was the massive wall of sold calls moved? The shorter dated sold calls at like 4140 through 4160 were pulled back. $41.65 actually. The longer dated ones like above 41.65 are still there. Some of those, I mean, we're trading within right now. The collar expires at the end of the month. That's at 41.90. And then it's mostly sold calls from like 41.90 up to like 42.25. So yesterday's move pulled back the short dated short call positioning. I really fucking hope it doesn't move above 41.90 today. I already sold my spreads. I still need like another hour before before I can close them. I sold the call side of my straddle earlier today, but I bought it back when we started moving up just now. Okay. Market is rigged. Yeah, that's the point. What does it mean if neighbor's cat brings its toy mouse over? It's clearly the favorite toy. I don't know. It's trying to move in? Well, I'm out of my fucking hedge. I hope Nvidia doesn't go to 320. I guess I don't give a shit. But if it goes to 320, then I'm break even on it for the week, which would suck. Nope. A little bit down. I noticed that the volume on the selling candles is much higher than the green candles. Does that tell us anything leading into end of day? It could. If the volume persisted, that would be nice. Unfortunately, we're not finding a lot of sellers here at 41.65, right? You know, like we failed. So this broke up. This is kind of hard to kind of like that. There. So this failed. We're gonna want to see it keep dumping. You know, all of the selling today is driven by futures, right? So, you know, if you assume that market pumps are like a way to risk off, then yeah, they'd be pumping SPX and then selling their futures into the higher price. So I don't think it's really like a battle of bears versus bulls. I think it's just the bulls are the bears. Does that make sense? Like they are both the buyer of short dated positions and the seller of long dated ones. And the net result is that SPX comes down eventually, though, right? Yeah, I mean, eventually. Mind blown. Who's big enough to do that? Banks, primes, BlackRock, Vanguard. Not many. All the big holders of secure State Street's big enough. Kenny? Kenny's really not big enough. It's just he has an insane amount of power over order flow, right? Like I mean, Citadel in comparison is small. Hmm. More 4165 calls sold, 4150, 4155 sold. 4160 puts are picking up a little bit again. This might get if this gets, you know, rejected again, that'd be cool. Are you gonna bail out JFresh's bear call spreads on Nvidia? Isn't he at like 305, 310? He'll probably be okay. Apparently, my strategy for successful trading a straddle: do less, pay attention less, walk away, go comatose. That's not a bad strategy for trading a straddle, actually. I don't want to play any songs. It's just like, no. Back in the channel after the sell side volatility. Boop. Maybe one more big bounce? Not really sure that's all that bearish. Hmm. I don't have a 4150 song. Although if we hit 4150 at this point, I'm probably going to play a song. You don't think Nvidia's already sort of pseudo MOAS'd? It went up 150%, or like 100%. 105? It's already done all that. I like how serious you take the songs. I just want to play them. I don't want to hear fucking noise coming out of my headphones. You guys have your own headphones. Listen to your own music. What the hell do you need me for? I'm not your fucking DJ. Are there any equities left to be sold? That's an excellent question, Lawrence of Arabia. He moves down or 3x and ups aren't moving. Yeah. The call side, I mean, like the call side is breaking down, but super fucking slowly. Like, I don't know if we're gonna realize any of it today is the problem. No, you get the fuck out. You risk off walking. What happened to all your fucking Wyckoff teachings? Where are they now? You don't know how institutions sell? So you've preached Composite Man for 6 months, but you don't fucking know what it means? This is literally what he's describing. Big players sell the top, which they create. I can't walk and play in traffic because he lives in the middle of nowhere with his wife and his guns. Probably has a church on his property somewhere. Watkins becomes such a boring villain. I know. I need a better one. I'm gonna go after Jackson's not confrontational enough. Bob's trying. No, you suck at it, Bob. I can be the villain. I'll just ban you, Hazy. We need a good villain who's actually smart and can provide a legitimate antithesis. Koala Fugger was the best villain we had. Was he? All the villains have been the same, right? Monster Buddy, Koala Hugger, probably same person. Walk-in. Just like either like peak Dunning-Kruger or overly opinionated idiots. Shids and Fards was a moron. And crazy. Super crazy. Mostly just creepy and crazy. You see this candle? Yeah, this one, it's the culmination of all minds in the stock market converging into one expression of bullish bearishness. VIX to 14 end of day. Can you do me a solid in a typical dramatic and irrational Carl fashion? Timeout Dork for me. I mean, Dork was made a moderator so that you couldn't time him out. He looked a mean toilet. The problem with the smart people is they don't end up being villains because they're fucking reasonable, and if they have a case to present, they do so with evidence and research, right? And then I'm like, oh, okay, and I could have a normal conversation with them. Walken just pulls shit out of his ass and says it for $5, $3. I should raise the price of Ko-Fi's. Maybe that'll stop him. Can you pull that chart up real quick and give me your thoughts about where it might go over the next 24 hours? I'm not great at analyzing support and resistance and what outcomes are most likely. Okay, so if Tesla gets rejected here, I have no idea how far it will fall. But it has failed to break the upside resistance 4 times today. So I mean, maybe 170. That's where any like intra-week put interest is going to be. That's going to be at like 170. Like it's gonna just like whatever put interest occurs on Tesla is gonna amass at 170, but it's currently far closer to the 175 call interest. And either they'll take profits here and it'll drive it down to the 170 range, or they won't. I'd imagine that most of its meteoric rise is due to QQQQ and has absolutely fucking nothing to do with Tesla itself. Hey, look, I got angry at walking and the market dropped more. Interesting. That doesn't work. That's not, no, that's not a thing. I'd love to talk to Kenny. He's a smart fucking guy. Give my bull thesis a try. Everyone is so dumb, they're just driving in neutral with their eyes closed. How do you drive in neutral? Like, how many weeks until the treasury is out of money and market big downs? What do we have? I mean, Yellen said 2. Well, not even 2 weeks now. It's 10 trading days. You have more dislikes than usual today? Awesome. I said Upstart might be better than GME. That's so. You know what that's gonna do, right? I mean, it is. It's been performing better. I don't know. I don't in every metric. I don't know what else to say about it. They're a better business with more volatility and less liquidity, and they don't have a bunch of dipshits DRSing their stock yet. You have more. Thanks, Pi Squared. Is it safe to say that short a full blown crash, we saw the market bottom on a lot of individual equities? What, back in October? I don't really think so. I think the economy is going to get far fucking worse. I don't think it's going to get better. Meow, I guess. Also, fuck walking in your composite, man. Thanks, Gilgamesh. You're just gonna go up to Kenny and be like, hey, remember me from that time at lunch one time? I think that's the joke. Oh. Maybe when you're the Fed chair. No, then all our meetings will be in private. Fuck this goddamn support. Is this it? Is this the final bounce? I don't reverse my car. Listen, Gherk, you and I need to have a talk. I pay you to be my DJ, so start DJing it up, or I'm gonna full port Nvidia puts for earnings. You were gonna do that anyway. Don't bullshit me. Also, I'm not playing any songs until my fucking puts are in the money, which could be days or never. At least the 4155s, but more ideally the 4150s. I'm gone for 1 week, and what's this I hear about you getting a cat, buddy? Why? For weeks you were miserable from allergies and even saw a doctor. Why increase the allergens? Because he was like someone just left him there. Like they like moved and left their cat. Like actual pieces of shit. It's funny how Walken confirms every stereotype of right-wing nut job. Do you think he considers himself a sovereign citizen? I don't know. Probably. Is there a backup plan that would save the market besides politicians coming to an agreement? Yeah, they can extend the deadline. They've done extensions in the past. It's the most likely outcome if they don't start solving anything anytime soon. If they don't let the market crash for as long as they can, the managers can continue receiving their management fees. Yeah, that's true. I don't think that's a sufficient reason to prop the market. Most of them will continue to receive management fees either way. Earlier you said there wasn't much for puts, but that would mean less of a chance of a big bounce from profit taking if this continues to push down, right? I mean, if this starts to break down towards gamma neutral, people are going to buy puts, right? And then those those puts will sell off. Like I'm going to sell my 4150s if we drop below gamma neutral. Well, I'm going to actually try to hold them and see if we can drop below like the fast gamma point, but you know, yeah. I think the Fed just says bearish things a little longer so everyone doesn't flip all at once and mess up their plans. Usually. I heard one time from some guy in SS that Kenny doesn't like to share mayo. Is that bullish for GME? I don't think so. I don't think Kenny's mayonnaise habit. Also, I'm pretty sure that that whole thing was like a joke. But I don't think Kenny's mayo habits have anything to do with the price of GameStop. Sorry. Yeah, I know BTC's falling off a cliff. Oh, NW, did you go short when BTC tested 2700? I'm up 4% today on my port. It's been wild. Nice, man. Hey, look, we're actually testing the fucking resistance with volume, not just on some random wick. Let's go. Fuck 4175. I'm done with this shit. I only want the market. I don't even care about my puts. I just want the market to drop so everyone will shut the fuck up. The money has become irrelevant. Sometimes my cat walks around the house making strange meows that sounds like a babbling toddler. It really scares visitors when she does it in the middle of the night. Yeah, that's fucking freaky. If I had heard a toddler in someone's house in the middle of the night making babbling sounds and there was no toddler, I'd leave. I'd pack my shit and get the fuck out of there. What's chi at again? 4150 something? 415613. Fast gamma's 413750. The coolest thing about all this is that we've fallen back into my upside range. This whole thing is just a big disappointment. It's just bulls being silly little bitches. But now that they've bought all the bears calls, maybe we can go down. Do you have any upstart puts? No, but I've sold some covered calls. A few. $20. I'm probably going to sell more. Hopefully by the end of the day, all of them. Thanks, Flokala. Anytime I get a ticket from a police officer, I extend the court date as many times as possible and try for peak vacation time so the officer forgets and doesn't show up. 85% success rate. Nice. On how many tickets? How many tickets are you getting? If we hit 4140 today, I'm not drinking. If we hit 4120 today, I'm gonna be very happy tonight. I've moderately overextended myself into $1 4150 call puts. It's gonna be it's gonna be a fun night in Gherkin's apartment if we hit 4120 today. Very fun night. Chill, unsubbed, and disliked. Noted. How exposed are big players in long equities? Super. If they're all sitting hedged with big cash positions, first to sell probably loses unless actual tail event happens. Yeah. I mean, the idea is to pull back risk while sustaining the like market price, right? So you want to try to risk off as much as possible, or anywhere where you're overextended or over leveraged, right? get cash on the side, and then then you just let it all go. This is actually, the phenomena of this, it really isn't one, right? Like all the data and evidence that we've analyzed points to informed investors or like institutions and hedge funds being well aware of any impending market crash, months in advance. These, and it's not like bulls running for a cliff. It's like a very strategic move to de-risk any long leverage in the market, and then they just let it all go. And I'm not saying that that's what we're seeing right now, but I think that's a part of what we're seeing right now. I mean, we're not seeing any of the telltale signs of a bull market. So it's a bull market, but only in the sense that price is higher, but not in the sense that like money flows or like none of the capital flow is supporting long-term investment, right? Everyone, individual investors are buying, they're putting their money into like money market accounts, they're buying bonds. um you know uh all the big institutions have been pulling back money from the SPX since the beginning of the year. And I don't just mean the index, I mean the entire index, like all the stocks within the index. So if there's no money coming in and no one's like buying leaps, like there's no leverage on the options chain for long-term investment. Like we're not seeing like leaps build up on SPX and people, like in a bull market, you see a really fleshed out call side of the options chain. It's not like just the $30 at the fucking money, right? It's, people are buying like 4400s for next January, shit like that. Oh god, turd. You highlighted it so much. Do you have dark mode? So far, our fun level results. Hold on, I gotta kind of pay attention to this drop. Give me a second, and I'll read that. Calling all internet homies to slap the like button. Thank you, ending. Consider yourselves called. The best defense against toddlers will always be Peloton. Do you ever get heart palpitations during trading? No? That'd be weird. You should see a doctor. So ETFs are holding the bag when institutions are selling. Once the ETF starts to deleverage, there's no one to sell to. Well, I mean, supply and demand, right? Eventually, you'll find someone to sell to. I used to get a lot when I lived in sketchy spots, but since living in Irvine, literally none. Oh, okay. Yeah, you get one of those like Irvine stickers for your car and they'll never pull you over. Maybe it's just that you got a nicer car. Have you thought about that? If you drive a shitty car around Orange County, you're definitely going to get pulled over in like every beach city. Are you gonna hire strippers to play Street Fighter or just watch you play? Is there a third option where I don't have to hire strippers? I'm too deep in puts. Hey, Shill, concerned father here. I've been in meetings all day. Why my baby bull's dying? Also, why are you no longer accepting Dorge as a payment for my sub? Okay, I've never accepted whatever Dorge is. And your baby bulls can get fucked, okay? I slapped the like, then the dislike. When Kirk said absolutely no school of stock video on option data sources. I mean, you can calculate them yourself with CBOE data. It's free. Hire gigolos. Why did you time him out for that, Carl? Oh, because you want me to hire you. Yeah, I come over with a six-pack and we play. Third option, coke and hookers. That sounds like more fun. Well, at least I'm more awake. If SPX breaks 4140 today, don't forget to update your Tinder bio to say my SPX puts printed. Let's party. Dork, I bought too many. I mean, they're break even right now, but I bought way too many. So, informed retail investors are probably moving their 401k funds from equities to bonds and fixed income. Yeah, I would say the majority of them are. I mean, money market flows have gone up massively since the beginning of this year. It's not pulling back either. Mine are down 10%. Let's get it. Hard resistance at 4160 still. Although 4140s are picking up. 4145s too. Ooh, the put gamma at 4145 and 4140 now outweighs any individual strike to the upside. Sexy. Oh, this fucking resistance. Go away. No one wants you. Didn't you spend more on zero GTE puts yesterday? No. I spent like 5,000 on them yesterday. I don't know. I bought zero DT puts a few times yesterday. It depends which ones. Are you talking about like the? There were a couple sets of them. I don't remember which strike I had. So informed investors are changing their DRS shares from book to plan. What would you do with 700k of unused margin for the next 112 minutes? Oh, Jesus. What's the return on bear spreads till the end of the day? I mean, the fact that you have to ask someone what to do with $700,000 makes me concerned about the survivability of that $700,000. Like it seems massively exposed to duration risk. Yeah, the upside spreads suck now. They were better earlier. 41.90, 41.95 is like $7 credit. 85 is 30, but it's not much better. Then it starts to get risky. Like I probably wouldn't try to sell 41.75. Yeah. A little too late in the day for any of those shenanigans. Pull a Moonwind and just naked sell GME $23 calls. I need you to draw a triangle to continue downside. I don't think you want me to draw a triangle here, Dork. At least it's not consolidated yet. That's the bad triangle? I'm sorry. You just want the little one? This one? Delete it, please. Alright, fine. I'll get rid of the bottom part. There you go. Is the TA confirming your biases now? Why don't we just do this one? This one's way better. So many lines. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is a really broad price range, right? But it's also just like support and resistances from intraday trading for over a year. You think VIX sees 17 today? G Money, what's the quickest way to raise my port over 25,000? Options? Hashtag year of the pores. I don't know what your port's at right now. Is it like $20? How does this affect me as a Virgo? Or does this triangle only influence Scorpios? Probably just spread yields. If you can learn to sell safe spreads. Spreads or like CSPs and CCs. Those are generally like the safest ways to grow smaller ports. Fastest way? Zero DTE YOLOs on SPX. Like hard out of the money YOLOs on days where there's potential for volatility. I mean, I think most of you guys at this point have bought like a 50-cent contract and had it go to like $15, right? You have $15? Fuck. Maybe just, Wendy's is paying $20 an hour right now. In 1 hour, you would have doubled your port. $1,500? I mean, you have enough money to like. Do you have margin? What are we doing here? Are we doing? Hold on, I gotta look at. Okay, no, that doesn't look bullish at all. What the fuck is going on? It's like stop loss hunting. That'd be ridiculous. Hmm. Ooh. What did I say? What did I say? Fucking gamma neutral was that? God damn it! Hold on. 41.56.23. Hmm? Okay. 41.65 calls. 41.50s sold off a little there. We still haven't fallen below the put interest at 41.60. I think that's an important start of this. There's put interest at 41.60, 41.45, and 41.40. ES is fucking bouncing again. Like a little bitch. Yes, retest 41.80. Almost. Like one tick off. Thank you. Doesn't look bullish at all. What the fuck is going on? Pretty much my assessment of the market this month. Yeah. What is this nonsense pump? Somebody bought some futures. Kind of trying. I'm just waiting to see where this finds a rejection level. I think it's going to be here at 41.80, but I'm not sure. I guess I could just set it there for now. We'll see how that plays out, I guess. 41.80 hasn't been super important today, though. And our last rejection was at 41.90, like our last good one. We did get rejected at 80, back at like 140. Hmm. Call profitability over the day is falling off. Even here on a test of 4170, it's still dropping. Hmm. All right. Hmm. 4175 calls are picking up. Another pump to sell off again. I mean, as long as they keep ending lower, I guess I'm okay with it. But I also worry that this is absorbing a lot of the SLD sales. I'm telling you, we're gonna see another massive futures sell-off. I don't doubt it. As your thesis on equities inform your thesis on gold? I mean, I don't think those are really tightly linked. The gold buying has to do with continuing liquidity issues with banks and uh, potential for a technical default by the Treasury. Gold is a hedge against a potential default. So if the risk of a default increases, that can drive buying in gold. It's because you drew the triangle, so we have to test it. It's fair. Long term, I don't have a 2 to 3 year thesis on gold. I think if gold sees a pump, it'll probably be before like the end of this year, or like the next time a bank fails. VIX is fucking hilarious. It's driving me nuts. Come on, test 4185. Let's go. Fucking $5 at a time. Oh. Disney v Florida drama just stepped up a notch. How big of a notch? Did you just mumble? No, I didn't. I didn't mumble anything to you. Vic's now lower than when the drop started. they're just like walking themselves out of every $5 fucking increment on futures. It seems like the larger caps aren't seeing as much of this pump, mainly futures driven. Yeah. Mm, 4180, 4185 calls picking up. More in the money calls selling off. 4160 puts are staying mostly the same. 4145 and 4140 calls also. Or puts, sorry. This is such a stupid market. Ooh, fancy. Gap at 4170. VIX starting to climb up. This still just looks like short repositioning, right? Like every time the fucking SPX drops, they buy a shitload of puts. Or like, well, peaks. They just buy a shitload of puts again and again, like the entire day. This has got to be fucking shifting. Hold on. I need to look at the long-term puts. You jinxed it with your bad triangle. It was like, I would argue that the triangle was good. You just didn't like it. It wasn't bias confirming. Alright. We're resting ever so softly on the peak of the call gamma right now. Test of 41.89.75. How about just rejected here? I'd much prefer just rejected here. Big spike in VIX. price and VIX rising together. That's always fun. There should be an indecisive song for moments like this. We have an up song and a down song. What about a do something song? You want me to just play background music? Give it to us straight. Are we seeing 4150 today? I don't know. I mean, the last sell-off came very close to gamma neutral. Um, if this sell-off or a sell, well, let's say if a sell-off occurs here, and we don't have to do a bunch of crazy shit first, like form a giant megaphone, um, then yeah, it's possible. There's like this is forming like a little tiny megaphone, but I'm drawing a big line because, well, it's more fun. This line kind of works. That's close enough, right? You guys get the gist. Call Larry and tell him to dump those feuds. He's not gonna listen to me. I didn't show up to the yacht party last weekend. Play that terrible hold music every company uses. Let's say I want to play $50 1DT Upstart options play. Any suggested areas to look at? I don't know. What would I play if I was playing 1DT on Upstart? I'd probably play puts, but I don't know what strike I'd buy. This is the thing we're doing now. I'm gonna move this to reflect the megaphone more appropriately. Ooh, Dork, are you puckered up? No, that triangle's terrible. And it's wrecked. Yeah, butthole's nice and tight. Clench. You're gonna need to in a minute. Ugh. It's gonna do a megaphone breakup, isn't it? There is a distinct possibility. someone responsible would probably argue that this is a excellent point to straddle or play like an inverse butterfly. It's got a pump for the double top. Does it? Why do we need a double top here? I don't want a fucking double top. Fuck that shit. It's gonna be an interesting power hour. I'm buying so many calls, but the price isn't going up. You missed it earlier, but my end of day prediction is 41.78.39. What a douche. I don't know. I'm not looking at MACD right now. I had some calls in case this thing screws me. It's like making a little, it's making a little porcupine up here with all these higher and higher wicks. VIX is slowly climbing. Oh, shut the fuck up, dork. VIX starting to do a thing. Maybe? That's okay, guys. The volume on the 4180 strike is only 75,000 contracts. It's because, well, it's quiet because we're simulating the intensity of it. Ooh. Hello, Vix. Jesus fucking Christ, seriously? Yeah. What causes the market to follow the TA lines that you draw? Fucking magic. It's, you're either born with it or you're not. You can't, there's no book in the world that can teach you how to draw magical lines. Like, in reality, what it is, you know, over the stock market, all the hedge funds are pushing the candles up, and then I just draw a big line over them. And they can't push their little candles any higher, and they have to stop and take a break. But we're very far away from the bears, Tim Timmery. What if we get metachlorian injections? Is that the Star Wars thing? I'm not singing Free Fallin' by Tom Petty. It's way too soon. We haven't even broken down through 4170 yet. How about we break 4050? And then everyone can sing Free Fallin' all they want. Okay, so the 4085 is selling off. 4090. But 4170, 4170 and 4180 are still increasing. Or somebody just saw another big fat block of futures. Sure, we could point fingers about why I bought a call, but what's done is done. When did Palantir get so bullish? After earnings. They also had like an announcement for like their new AI product. Is it too much to ask for unreasonable aggressive downside? That's a lot to ask. So if they're pumping indexes to sell long positions, will they do the opposite to get back in? Tank it while buying back in? Yeah. Oh, they got the 4175s. What are people talking about with the pain trade? Pain trade's like when there's a consensus or popular belief, right? That like the let me think of a different way to put this. So the pain trade is when the majority of investors are like bullish or bearish, and the market moves against them. Essentially, I mean that's the simplest way to put it. Overcrowded positions tend to lose money. It's a I mean, there's less profitability when a position's overcrowded, right? And the more overcrowded it becomes, the less profitable it becomes. You can cut the tension with a knife. Oh, I'm just tired. It really looked like the market was ready to drop hard for SLD. Upside push has been very weak for over a week, and then bulls decided to push. Yeah. SLD's still not over. What kind of short activity have we seen on Upstart the last few days? There's been some put buying, a lot of call selling. Feels like too many consecutive ups. Yeah, so does the market. Still the possibility of SPX opening at 4,100 tomorrow. Everyone in here will lose their minds, forget the past week, and learn nothing from this. Yep. That's usually how it plays out, right? Or Monday morning. I think even in 2022, I mean, this isn't bulls. There's no bulls, man. If you knew what the fuck you were talking about, you wouldn't be saying that. Bulls don't just buy zero DTEs and then close them. That's just traders and like CTA flows, right? It's just like systemic traders. It's not. CTAs are commodities trading advisors. They trade like big blocks of futures for usually for institutions. I feel like everyone is a bull and a bear these days. I don't really think I mean I don't really think there's any long-term positioning either way. There's no fucking liquidity in the market. The fact that SLD carries over to Monday market open is the reason why I have debit spreads for next Tuesday. Smart. Well, defining the participant in this instance is important, Mr. Gold, because it tells you how long it's up. If it was real bullish price action, I mean, I would be selling all my fucking puts. The fact that SLD carries into Monday morning market open is the reason I have 4150 zero DTEs. I mean, everyone in here is short, and the long position is the one that's crowded, right? I mean, it's not really a gaslighting. It's just not an understanding of market mechanics. My wife says I am short. Are you, John? The pickle jar is full of short kings. Yeah, we don't represent even a fraction of market participants, and nominally none. Like we're like 0.0000001% of the fucking money flowing into SPX. All of us combined. We didn't when we had Ugo in there either. Today is a great day to enter positions at a discount if you have a thesis. I've been targeting 50 BPS below spot with verticals as I enter positions, so my risk gets better and better. I have debit spreads on SPY uh, at 4130 400. I have a shitload of those. That's kind of the only one. They were a really good deal. Um, I'll probably open some more debit spreads today for next Friday. At least while calls are expensive, right? Yeah, but just open credit spreads. Actually, I could do like a put ladder. Put ladders might be good. Ooh, I do like put ladders. You're not afraid of FOMC being used to cause bullish rallies? FOMC's next month. Also, hasn't every voting member of the Fed already come out and said 0.25? They've either said no cuts or they've said, I think we should raise rates again. What people don't understand is that the Fed will keep raising rates into inflation hitting 2%. They don't give a shit if it's trending down. USA has to stay number one. Of the minutes. I don't think the dot plot's gonna provide anything bullish, right? Also, if I open debit spreads for next week, I wouldn't be keeping them open. I'd be closing them on a drop. .25 each month. SPX 4150 end of year. After 2008, we saw some negative inflation for a bit. I don't think banks are nearly as good as anyone's making them out to be. They're good for now. I also don't think that's going to be Volcker time, but JPEG speaks tomorrow. He can make it go to 4100 in 1 second candle. Yeah. Can we get a power hour song for morale? Maybe. Besides dropping when manipulators choose, what upcoming news can actually cause some downsides? I mean, I think the most pressing thing right now is the debt ceiling because we're running very close to a almost empty Treasury General account, and there really isn't any timely resolution in sight. What's up, Gaff? But no, bear put ladders are, well, volatility is low right now, right? Wow, Dixie up 70 BPS. Yep. The dollar's pumping hard as fuck. Historically, if we don't see SLD drop during the prescribed window, the following week tends to be more bearish leaning, right? I mean, there's very few examples of SLD like not occurring to a significant degree, and they are mixed in their like post OPEX outcome. Like last month, we had a relatively flat SLD, right? It was like 130 BPS, but then we dropped super hard after OPEX. But in March, we had kind of a flat SLD, and then we rocketed it up the next week. We're about to knife. Yeah, probably. I mean, if this breaks down at least. Treasury General account? They update it every day at 4 p.m. Treasury's website has it, I believe. They release a report every day. Well, they release a report every day for the prior day. Aside from getting assigned on a steep correction, what are some of the pitfalls of using margin to sell 1 to 2 delta CSPs every 30 days? You've I mean, that's the pitfall. Spreads are just better. Why wouldn't you have a risk limited position? What can actually cause tech and Nvidia to go down? Valuations and earnings appear to have been meaningless this year. Yeah. I think any sustained index drop over a few days or VIX up, higher VIX, higher volatility environment. I have not been able to accurately predict price action this week. The only trade I made was 7% gain on weekly puts this AM. So I'm going to call it a win and walk away until next week. Smart. Never going to get this pump. Never going to time this down. Never going to turn around and pay you. Can I ask why you hate being a Palantir Executive Diamond Hands member? Well, for like a year and a half, they didn't make any fucking money. And they didn't really have any solid plan to make money. So that part really sucked. And for a long while their covered calls on it were pretty worthless. It's getting better. But yeah, there was a period, and you know, I also I bought Palantir when it DPO'd, so it was like I had it for a really long time. Um, and then you know I tried to get out of it aggressively by selling in the money covered calls, and I just kept not getting assigned on them as the price crashed into the ground. So I have a lot of shares and no real cost basis, but I still think it's gonna take like 5 years for the price to get back to the levels it was in at like 2021. I should have just sold the fucking shit. I have made decent money on covered calls. I can't complain entirely, but I sold Palantir at 35. Nice. Because I hate Peter Thiel. That's a pretty good reason. So in Jan of 21, I sold in the money cover calls on Palantir at like $20 and I didn't get assigned. Um and then I fucking held it while it basically did nothing for the entire year. Until November, where I once again sold in the money cover calls. I think that time I sold them like 3 months out at like $9, 3 or 4 months out at $9, and those didn't get fucking assigned either. And then it was like $6, and cover calls weren't fucking worth anything, and that was most of 2022. Ugh. Would they be planning to close SPX in this upper range, then pump ES above 4,200 overnight, so SPX opens above the collar? Sure. Yeah, that's not out of the question. I don't think that's gonna happen, but that's not out of the question. I'm starting to think these 4150s won't print. It's very possible, Hazy. BTU slowly clawing back. I completely forgot that margin accounts don't get hit for day trading if you don't have 25K. I only got the cash account to 10K before I was flagged. Oh shit. Yep. If not taking into account earnings, how June 16, 325, 330 call spread would look like, I'm trying to learn. I'm not going to play it. It would be a $500 risk, and then whatever the credit is for the 325 sold call. Is that what you're asking? Are you asking like how it's set up? You you simultaneously sell a 325 call and buy a 330 330. PDT is the dumbest rule. Yeah, it's really fucking stupid. Is Hazy Kat Dennings from Two Broke Girls? I don't know who that is. Sure. Silly Girk, a sovereign debt crisis was pressed in back in 2022. Hmm. That was interesting. Hey, Dirk, look at this. That's kind of weird, right? Ugh, no. But the divergence is nuts. Things look ready to dump. They're just not going to. Yeah, but JPOW? But tomorrow? Who the fuck is gonna straddle 4180? He's gonna bring up Potato Tom to the stand? Oh shit. Then the market sells off harder than Carl's wife. Interesting. And it looks bearish. But the price isn't going that way. It looks very bearish. What's being bought right now? Just asinine amounts of 4185s. Almost all of the downside calls are gone now. 65, 60, 55, 50. They're mostly sold off. I guess a little bit of 75 and 70 are selling off. This has got to be the end of this, right? Here? Nope, just retest, right? Fuck it. Buy some calls too. Why not? I did a strangle for the win. Let's go. DMs. Hey. Oh. Shift in the demand curve in GMEs. We also see a consolidation into fewer ETFs. The remaining ones are likely. Yeah, yeah. I I know the last part. This is interesting though. No. Increasing demand for ETF shares can migrate to underlying stocks. The ETFs and the basket securities are tied by arbitrage both on the primary and secondary markets. In the primary market, authorized participant APs, who are larger broker dealers, blah blah blah. Long on the corresponding sector ETFs, this arbitrage activity can put upward pressure on. Okay, did you send me a screenshot of the same part twice? Oh, on the secondary. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Which means also less hedging of NAV through the options chain, right? On the secondary market. Does someone want us to sell our puts? I can't. There's no one to buy them. Is this affecting SLD? Should we reconsider a downside move? Or still your previous targets? I mean, SLD is not over. So yeah, my targets haven't changed. Alright, well, close those. Call side of the strangle wins. Maybe both sides win. Huh? That'd be cool. Fucking calls are too expensive, man. I just cut an out the money $6 move and made 23%. Fucking garbage. $30 move into close. Let's do it. It's not that crazy. I mean, if the calls capitulate here, which they have a fairly good reason to do, because they don't have any downside support like they did yesterday, right? Yesterday, you know, you had all the in the money calls floating the end of the day price action and keeping prices elevated. Today we don't have that at all. Today, like the only strikes are all at the money. Like all the open interest on calls is at the money. What's the other side of your strangle? 4150. Are deep in the money leap calls being sold yet? On what? $41.50 is not a strangle. That's a struggle. Well, I wanted to hedge the upside in case it broke up, and then it broke up. It was a smart play. It just wasn't worth the risk on capital. It's okay, guys. Powell will tank this tomorrow. Yeah, or he'll play guitar and we'll go to 4,400. God, I really don't want to open a fucking straddle at 4180. This is ridiculous. I mean, someone needs to buy puts before the end of the day, right? And I guess they don't. They can just straddle ES overnight. But you'd think there would be some participants buying puts into the end of the day. Last time I said J-Pow would rocket the market to 4,400. Why would they need a smoke screen to risk off? You can literally just point to anything and be like, that's the reason why. Took the market a minute to absorb this morning's housing data. Like, have you ever read articles about why the market drops? So yeah, the market had to digest the housing data from 4 days ago. If J-Pow plays Wonderwall, I'm out. Your, your puts that expired yesterday are dead? Or are you talking about your July ones? Or your September ones for tomorrow? What's your favorite food? Hmm. Eggplant parmesan. In what world can they keep this going on for much longer? I mean, it's slowly failing. I would have thought that this period would have seen well, this period still has a potential to see that failure. Actually, I mean, SLD's not over. QQQ is at 336. What the fork? Yep. I mean, we're still lower than Fab, technically. We're the short on Netflix here at quarterly highs. I kind of want to short it. But their news is actually good. So it's tough. What do you think is a conservative percent of portfolio to enter into a position when considering the risk of the play too? Do you typically have a rule? I mean, for just like intraday swing positions. I have different rules for different ones, but generally like 5 to 10% of like your total portfolio with risk defined between 2 to 3%. So if you're gonna stay short and you're gonna bag hold red puts in January half square, then average them down. If you're gonna stay in the position no matter what, then why wouldn't you average it down while it's cheaper? QQQ is 52-week high. Yeah, the American economy has been reduced to the valuation of 8 companies. I thought we were higher than Fab. No, I don't think so. And February's high on ES was 4206.25. And on SPX, it was 4195.35. So yeah, we still haven't seen Feb's highs. Uh, that being said, boo. That's the thing about DCA. You can keep doing it. It's even more absurd when you consider what those companies do. I know. This is just another push up on nothing. True. This is our second top. It's slightly lower than the first one. And possibly now getting rejected. We've just like continued to fail to test 4,200 on ES. I guess, is that going to be the break point? Why can't we just get the fucking test already? Ridiculous pump. It's way less stable than the previous ones were, though. Like if you look at all the other like big pumps up, you know, we stayed much more stable in the upper range. Like these. They were all also a little more direct. A little less direct. Just never ending bear flags that broke up. $41.80s and $41.75 calls selling off now. So even less downside support. The dollar's dropping. Maybe the SPY will follow. I don't think they're super highly correlated right now. Also, the dollar only dropped 3 BPS from like its high. The last 2 days seem very unstable. What does that mean? Higher realized volatility, which should infer that we get higher future volatility, right? Is this the beginning of the end, or am I being dramatic? You're probably being a little dramatic. It's on the table for tomorrow. The only thing that matters tomorrow is JPA's speech. All the other data is bullshit. I really don't think there's very much data tomorrow anyway, but... Charm? We should rewrite the children's book if you give a pig a pancake, but instead for degenerate gamblers. Interesting. Is this to prevent them from becoming degenerate gamblers when they become adults? I had pancakes yesterday, turd. They were fucking delicious. It doesn't seem like it could get pumped substantially higher. Or you've got to think institutions would let this drop so they can dump their money back into equities. Yeah, that's the other thing is like all the institutional money is chilling and like on RRP, right? Like they've got all their cash tied up in it. They're not going to come back and buy the market at the fucking at 4,200. If we open higher above 4,200 into JPOW, he might send the SPX to 4,000. That'd be cool. The 4190s are just sold calls that JPM has. Considering the margin haircut and all this chop, let's say 2% drop for SLD just puts us back to 4,100 now, considering this high. Yeah, 2% from here is roughly 4,100, right? But 3% puts us to 40.59. That would also mean VIX up, which is why the puts hurt so bad. VIX is getting smashed. What if on RRP was set to 2%? The market would rocket. Tom Lee's still wrong, actually. Somehow. All the bullish momentum in the world, and that guy's still not right. We could have positive price action during SLD. Didn't we have that 2 months ago in March? No, we stayed relatively flat through the March SLD period. Sometimes SLD is done early, and we start to like move up into the OPEX period. Like the market will like bottom out on Wednesday, and then it'll start to like move up Thursday into Friday. But no, we haven't really seen any effect of any kind of large scale sell offs. Frozen. Oh. Oh, fun. I'm just watching futures. We're just gonna close out the color. Can you tell us the story again about that guy in 2020 from the trading Discord who was down to 1K and bought SPY puts before the COVID crash and struck it rich? Give me that sweet hopium, please, and thank you. Well, he was also short the SPY before that. That's how he ended up with $1,000. But yeah, he YOLO'd into some zero DTEs on the right morning. Kind of out of the money. pretty far out of the money. And then he just kept doing that for like 5 days in a row while the market crashed. He did quite well. That guy is exactly me, except I have August puts. Yeah, so he kept buying 30 DTE puts on the market and going broke. And like a few of us were short, like Spy at the time, Spy and SPX, and but we were buying like longer dated positions, like crash protection, right? Like way out of the money, like 90 DTE. And we were all getting our ports eaten alive by like VIX crushing and fucking theta decay. But yeah, he just kept spending like $10,000 a month on 30 DTEs until he was fucking broke. And then during the crash, he made like shit, almost half a million, and then rolled that over after the crash into I don't know. I stopped talking to him after that, but the things he bought did very well if he stayed in them. It was a bitch. And there was a good while there where it didn't look like it was gonna happen. This feels similarly shitty, but it's not quite as bad yet. Although maybe that's just because I have more money now. What happens at 4206 on ES? We test Feb's high. We're very close to it. Except in February, well, I guess that's on the 5 minute. Yeah, in Feb we also tested like the next like deviation, the like 1.75. Which is kind of the top of this channel that we've been trading in since March. And that's at 42.25 on futures now. Is this gearing up to be an epic SLD? I hope so. After the spicy down candles we've had today, this pump feels so bizarre. I guess. I mean, when we didn't fail the first time we tested the bottom range at 4160, the chances of it failing a second time are much lower, right? Hmm. So much realized volatility, and VIX is so fucking low. Yep, over the Feb high. 4209.75. 10. 4210. What's pushing the market this high? Mm, I mean, calls, but those are kind of selling. The 4060 puts closed. God, well, not just yet, but a few minutes ago. 4190, 4185 are closing now. Yeah, I mean, they're just walking their calls into the money and then closing the lower strikes. Should have kept the fucking call open again. They're always overpriced, but they always go just a bit higher. I'm gonna have to straddle this piece of shit at 4200, aren't I? It better drop hard as fuck. Well, it's just like they buy like 60,000 calls at like 40 4190, right? And then they buy like 60,000 calls at, well, even more, right? Like 75,000 here. And they got, like fucking 4200's got how many? What's the volume on 4200? 71,000. And then, they get that pulls the price up in above like the, 4190s. And then they start selling these, and then they'll start buying like 4210s. And then they'll sell the 4195s and so on. But it's all very structured, right? It's like, I mean, it can't be like multiple entities because you don't have any capitulation. Like, calls that have been out of the fucking money the entire day, right? Have waited to be driven into the money in the last 20 minutes of the day, right? And then when they go in the money, they're still not selling. Whereas the put interest is far more natural. Like the puts fall into the money, everyone closes them. There's a bounce, and then either more puts come in or we continue to bounce. SPX was the true MOASS all along. No, I already caught the SPX MOASS back in October. That was the MOASS. This is, fucking 100 basis points. What are the odds a bank is doing this? I mean, it's got to be like, it can't be multiple participants, right? It's so, I mean, maybe like two, but it's so structured. It's not the Fed. The Fed doesn't buy individual securities. And they're not like pumping any liquidity into the market. They're still tightening. What's up, Popcorn Trader? If I was a conspiracy theorist, I'd say someone is intentionally creating a Black Monday. I'd prefer if it was Black Friday. MOC imbalance is 2.8 billion buy side. That's quite a flip from the early report. What was Poopy Pants' bet? Okay, we got 7 minutes to put these 4150s in the money. Like maybe someone who knows there will be a story dropped confirming the debt limit was reached. No, I don't think that's a bit too far. JFresh thought that SPX would hit 4200 first. Poopy Pants thought SPX would hit 3800 first. Both of those are kind of extremes. Although we were way closer to 4200. So what do you have to do, Poopy Pants? Do you have to show him your penis? I was doing okay until 41.95. Now I'm worried. Why? There's like a $5 price difference. Why do you guys act like every $5 move is the end of the world? Because there's zero DTE puts evaporate. There's a solution to that. Don't buy zero DTE puts. Or calls. I mean, they're both super high risk. My puts expire today in July. Okay. Now you tell us. I want to use SLD to move my July puts up higher. These pumps aren't helping. Oh. Yeah, no, they're not. Any thoughts on the perfect triple top on Google? Interesting. Probably just a lot of like sold calls at 125. Oh, even Meta moved up a little today. Good for it. Jimmy get wrecked before close? Yeah, a little. SLD's still not over. If no SLD tomorrow, unsub. Okay, why don't you just unsub right now? Go fuck yourself. Save me the trouble of just banning you. Did you get any Netflix puts today? No, but I thought about it a little bit. Their news is actually good. Like out of all the really shit news that all these companies have been pumping on, theirs is pretty good. Like picking up an additional 5 million subscribers on their ad-supported plan is that's you know bullish. It's actually bullish. Pickle jar is gonna be sad tonight. Yeah, I'm straddling 4,200. Ugh. You know what? Fuck this. I'm not gonna buy even calls. Dude, Delta neutral, what does it matter where you straddle? The calls, fucking, where's the upside for the calls? Because it feels like throwing money away on calls that are probably just going to go way the fuck out of the money tomorrow. We've dropped multiple times in the last few weeks, Sir David P. Learn to buy your fucking options closer to the money. Ding ding. The day is done. Kenny took my 150s. I mean, not yet. He takes them from you in 15 minutes, though. I have no sound right now, but how did Gex at 4,200 end up? 1.57 billion. Straddle, straddle, straddle. I made you out of clay. Straddle, straddle, straddle. I'm sad I missed it today. So buy calls next time. Look to me like 15 billion. Oh, yeah, it is. It is 15 billion. Sorry. Perfectly normal. TGA down to $68 billion. Cool. Let's not price any of that risk in. And they closed out of the money? Why are people throwing away that kind of cash? Are we full bull now through summer? No, not at all. SLT's not even over yet. These are good for volatility. Fuck off, you stupid ass talking head idiots. Positive side, puts are cheap. True. Yeah, calls are getting pretty expensive. We'll find out. We'll find out in the next 2 days, Harry. All right, guys. No, I'm not doing another mental health session in the Discord. That was just for last night. Recap? Yeah, the market ran up. We started to get some put interest through the midday. We failed to fall below gamma neutral and then rocketed back up into close. So, you know, normal day on the SPX. GME traded sideways. No, up 18 cents. It's still sideways. Thanks, guys. I'll see you in the morning. Have a good night, everyone. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.